Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I'm your DM, Jake, and yes, we're running a little bit behind. I, I legally cannot say the exact specifics of why, but it was very funny.
A lot of parody and satire.
Maybe some stuff in Minecraft. All right, we're done. We're done. It's good. It's out of this. I didn't think that would be the thing to get you guys so bad.
Oh my god, it wasn't that funny. Why did
didn't even take 30 seconds for me to fuck it up.
Welcome to Pathfinder.
Oh my god.
Paths.
I needed that.
How's everybody doing?
Lightheaded. Glad I don't have asthma. You know, like Dave.
It's true, I do. I need to breathe.
Oh man.
Just the comedic timing on that, I think, is what got me so hard.
I'm not going to clip it because I don't want to make people's Exhibit A.
Oh my god.
Oof. Oh boy. All right. Hi everyone. Yes, welcome to tonight's session. Where the dipshit brigade gets back to
Dipshittery.
yeah. God damn. All right. All right. I'm here.
Where were we? Where am I?
Who am I? Where we last left off. I am amazed I don't have the hiccups right now. Holy shit. Where we last left off. The party, after enjoying their vacation with the new year, the new year decided to
Would you like to try again?
my brain is fucked. After gaining some information about their leads, about the rogue Draconic Historians League members, and also having and also with Lorenz deciding to preparing to go after and finally confront the Knights of Krell, the party's path converged on Turia, and more specifically the capital of Turia, Ildithween. After some preparation and a little bit of teleportation help from friend Leolin, the party has arrived in Ildithween, seeing the impressive city defenses and armaments, and being once again, for not the first time, and probably not the last, lost in a new city. We begin tonight's session with everyone in a promenade, surrounded and awash with people as they walk about by on their daily lives.
And if I remember right, in the lore channel, we've got that picture that's supposed to be the general.
Yeah, it's the vibe, basically. Bless you both. You sneezed at the same time. You're gay now. You have to be married.
That is the law.
So who's hosting?
All right,
I
Cam
think,
is
yep.
hosting. There we go.
Is it tradition grand?
Oh no! Was that an owl I heard?
Yeah.
Yes.
You all right,
Oof.
buddy?
Give me a second.
Oh
My
no!
shoulders hurt.
Oh
Oh,
no!
been there
Oh,
though.
one of those.
Yes.
Ugh.
Also,
Oh
as
no! Oh god, it's stuck.
What?
Another
It's
sneeze.
stuck in my face.
Look into the light.
No, don't do that. Don't
No,
do
actually
that.
do that. It'll potentially trigger a sneeze. Like, for real, do that.
Okay, yeah. But no, and as some of the players and the audience might know, there's now a new thing down here below the chat box. There you go. It's a dice tray. You could set the thing and you can fortune or misfortune, and it's handy. Or if you need to roll something that isn't a macro on your character sheet.
This is this is Pathfinder.
Exactly as much of a train wreck as it usually is. Oh god.
Uh,
My eyes are still a little watery from the fucking first a minute.
Please like, comment, and subscribe.
And we'll see you guys in the next one. But no, you are all here in effectively the middle of a foot traffic road by the main city gate. It is roughly midday, a little before midday. It's chilly, not freezing cold, but definitely like not warm. But on the bright side, the sky there's very few clouds in the sky, so the sun feels nice.
remind me again for with Ildithween. Is it the one that's on the peninsula to
Yes.
the west? Okay. Right. I couldn't remember if it was that or the other fortress-looking city
Yeah.
on the map. Okay.
Yes, and you can hear distantly the seagulls up above, and you're not able to quite hear the sounds of the ocean as you guys are actually quite high up and obviously in a city. But you can definitely smell the sea salt air or sea salt in the air rather.
Right. Salty breeze.
As most people just kind of go around you and don't really pay you much mind, to be honest.
And I believe you said that most of the general population of the city was orc and elven.
Orcs and elves were the founding races of the city. More other races have kind of come in over time, but predominantly it has for the most part stuck to the founding races.
Okay. All right.
It's definitely one of those things where it's like, yeah, the 30%, and then you kind of fucking bring in the other.
Pepper in the others. For
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yes, you are all here and free to do what you wish. What I guess I should ask, what is your first order of business?
Maha probably just taking in the sights of the city. I don't recall. I don't think this is one of the ones that was a prominent visit for him back in his former emissary days. I don't think.
No, they're fairly self-contained.
Right. So just taking in the sights a bit, and then just turning to Pax and just asking, "Well, I don't suppose you're a bit more familiar with this place to lead the way to wherever it is your father would be?
Nope.
That's,
Yes.
I was kind of hoping he'd be here waiting for us.
That's unfortunate.
Just look for a city watchman or something.
Send a courier and then just follow them.
But yeah, I'm gonna do as Pax said and start. Like, I mean, it cannot be hard to find.
No, absolutely not. Ildithween actually is very well guarded and regulated. Especially being so close to the main promenade and the main gates of the city. All you really have to do is just pull a 180 and just look behind you.
Right.
And you know, it's very much the city guard's armor is kind of unique in the sense that normally where you have plate armor, right, it's the different sections coming together, and then there are, and you know, you got some friction when you try and move on the joints and whatnot. Ildithween's armor is the Ildithween city guard's armor is, as you approach, segmented almost, and it reminds you in a way of an insect's chitin, where normally though there would be weak spots for you to stab a spear into or something and whatnot. Those spots are kind of covered with overlapping layers. It's almost like someone took the overall design principle of scale mail and then applied it to plate armor.
Okay.
It, I will say, does not look like the most comfortable set of armor you have ever seen.
Yeah.
Right. It definitely seems like there would be little maybe not so much on maneuverability, but just that seems to be a little cumbersome in a sense.
Louder more is the thing, honestly.
It is loud every time they move in a particular way. There's a lot of higher pitched, actually.
It's a lot of little plates rattling against each other.
Yeah, and I will say, just to give more lore information, is actually somewhat of a design purpose. The populace always knows when there is a city guard nearby and how to locate one.
I would also imagine it's good for because if soldiers wear that kind of armor, marching in formation, they make this big sound.
Yes, it is a intimidation tactic on the battlefield. It is a public service of there are guards nearby. You do not have to feel unsafe. Just a whole bunch of different kind of mentality kind of coming into the design of this armor.
Huh. Okay. That's kind of neat. I like that.
But yes, as you approach Lorenz, a orc, who's kind of just seeing people through on the inside of the city gate, looks down. Yep. How can I help you?
Actually, I think my friend would be more knowledgeable, and I point Pax's way.
Yeah.
We're looking for Craig and Eskelm.
I'm not familiar with him personally, but I know of who you speak. Head to the barracks on, I believe, the southeastern part of the city. I believe that's where he is based out of.
And there shouldn't be any trouble with us getting to these barracks then?
Getting to the barracks, no. Now getting inside, getting inside the barracks tends to be guards only. but there should be someone nearby that you can ask about. And he kind of nods to you, Pax, before looking and looking back to his duty and just kind of helping people, kind of like part get a go from the kind of mud and whatnot of outside of the city to the paved stonework road of inside the city and whatnot, and just kind of and one and two.
All right. Well, we know where to go. Vaguely.
Should get us near enough. Figure if we're going to be setting up here, we should at least have him as point of contact.
Also gives us a chance to scope out the town.
That as well.
Yeah. And as you make your way through the city, I will say it is. I'm going to use pop culture references because it will put the right kind of mental images in your head. Think Minas Tirith by way of Ishgard.
Okay.
It's a lot of higgledy jiggledy. It's a lot of stonework that is, just kind of segmented, almost tiers on tiers of buildings, and some roads will actually, the road will split off, and there will be, because the city itself goes down, but not necessarily, but the road itself does not necessarily, where there will actually be walkways that go flat on an upper tier and connect to another tier of the city. So there are low roads that you can take down to a lower tier of the city, or you can stay on the high road effectively. And there are these high roads, almost arch walkways that kind of crisscross across the lower parts of the city.
Okay. So all those arches and everything connecting
Right.
different parts that are at the same tier but separated by distance. Okay. Gotcha. I suppose as we're walking, just trying to get a general feel, like, is there any general kind of like chatter or anything among people walking around or milling about, or are we near any kind of, like, heading from where we are to the southeast part of the city? Are we passing by any kind of major thoroughfares or markets or anything? Or
I would say you guys would be passing kind of pretty close by a not a necessarily a market, the western part of the city being kind of closer to the ocean, would have the market, more towards the markets kind of stuff, just less distance to travel from the docks to the to a market, but kind of, you're not allowed nearby, but you can tell that there are kind of larger, more secure looking buildings that that have heavier security outside of them.
hmm,
And I will say city security. I will say, just it seems kind of like you guys are taking the path along a kind of more militarily focused quarter of the city.
right.
Okay.
That makes a bit of sense with us heading toward barracks.
Right. And as for the general chatter, there is some murmuring of the recent uptick in draconic activity in the region, specifically in northern Turia. The and the general state of the war is over. Soldiers have come home, especially Ildithween soldiers, which are effectively Ildithween. Ghost Shore and like I think I'm trying to remember how I described it to TJ when I first kind of described it, but Ghost Shore, Upred, and Grook are the three for the Empire. Are the three uh kind of kingdoms where a majority of the grunt soldiers of the Empire come from. Ildithween is where the special forces are made.
I do remember hearing a little bit about this. Yeah.
Where a single soldier born and raised and trained in Ildithween is worth 10 of any other soldier from anywhere else in the Empire.
It makes sense that they would have a lot of focus and guard and security around the military quarters. Then
Right.
Yeah.
it is the lifeblood of the city. It sounds.
Yeah, effectively we're heading into the trade secrets part of the area.
Oh, and I remembered, let me guys get music to listen to.
Yeah.
But yes, oh god. As you're walking through the city, yeah, lots of there are some there's some refugees who have come to Ildithween specifically kind of to escape draconic wrath. There are some that have come north from where the Roshadran army was able to kind of take land in southern Turia. They now returned, and people are kind of flooding back down to the southern end of Turia. You guys never actually came to this part of to the western front of the war, but the front had gotten not terribly far from where you guys are now, like a few days march, effectively.
Right. At the map. Yeah, we knew about like some of the fighting and everything near the mountains, and with Rashadran having setting up those cannons.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's yeah, it's definitely one of those where the influx of refugees had come in from the war are now starting to leave to go back home and kind of like pick up where what is left of their lives where they came from, and a lot of unsurety.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the bit earlier about the uptick in draconic activity, not unsurprising, but definitely something to try and keep an eye and ear out for, especially given one of our goals in coming here.
Yeah. I would say it's about 30 minutes later when you guys you find yourselves in front of a much like a lot of these buildings that you have been passing, stone, square, flat roof. However, unlike a lot of others, it's very clearly marked with the colors of the city, and you see guardsmen training in a large training yard that is not necessarily out front, but is uh, public accessible. It's the training yard here at these barracks are outside of the actual barracks themselves, with a proper entrance that you can get to from the street, but also has additional entrance into the barracks themselves, where the people can come and see and watch their guards training to help to defend them. No one
Yes.
really paying too much attention to you as you approach.
Yes, before anything else, do I see my father standing outside in the yard?
Give me a perception. Give me a perception check.
Blind or
No, you can do a public if you want. On a 5, got a 22. Fucking hell.
Master perception.
You don't see him. No. Not at least off rip or anything. It's there's a few here, but it looks like for the most part it's because it's this middle of the day. A lot. You figure a lot of guards are probably out on patrol or out of their posts. The guards here are, from what you gather, the rookies, who are the ones currently beating the shit out of each other in the training yard, or the drill sergeant, who is yelling at the young recruits who are beating the shit out of each other in the yard.
okay.
Does the shit out of beating, does it look actually fairly like regimented, or is it an actual fucking duking it out?
It's a mixture of both. Like they're very clearly training. Like it's very clearly they are working to improve themselves. But at the same time, you also realize it takes a while for you to realize these are not training swords, and they do not have blunters on them.
Ah,
So I know they're obviously training in a different weaponry, but does this training, the way the drill instructors are training it, are engaging it specifically, does this smack of having watched Pax train that like impromptu militia in Kalint?
You definitely can see an origin language, as it were. For lack of a better terminology, it's not the same, but it shares a native tongue.
Right, there's definitely a structure here.
Mm-hmm. And you notice as well, once you're there long enough, assuming you guys are staying to watch for longer than like 10 minutes, it's it's about fighting for 10 minutes, pause, water, quick relax. Everyone swaps weapons to a different style of weapon and then goes right back at it. Some are using spears, some are using sword and shield, some are using great swords, big two-handed swords. Others are actually using a weapon you've never seen before, but those of you who are familiar with elvish curved blades, it looks like an offshoot of that.
I guess in the assuming no one, like, Maha's a little bit like captivated in watching this. I'm not sure if anyone else has like stepped forward to do anything, but just in watching for like the 10 or so minutes that I assume we have we actually seen anyone like take a solid hit or get injured by any of this?
Not injured, but there's definitely solid hits being given. Especially for those, because obviously there are some that are using shields and some that aren't. From what you can tell, a lot of them are using the armor that they have to its full advantage. Where if they take a hit, they will immediately, like, if someone gets a good hit in on the breastplate, they'll just clamp their fucking arm down on the weapon and just pull their body and just start going at it with their other fucking arm.
Okay, yeah. Mechanically, I have some of those feats.
Yeah, there are weapons being broken and bent in these training bouts. And especially Lorenz and Lorenz, Aslan, and Pax. You three especially would know. The people under these sets of armor are going to be having very bad bruises when they take that armor off.
Oh yeah.
No one here seems to be pulling their swings at all. It is as close to kill or be killed as you can get without actually killing someone.
Maha just seeing some of this, and I imagine on like seeing some weapon or another get like significantly bent is just like, God, this almost seems more blood sport than training.
One and the same, I suppose. Best way to learn when your life is on the line.
Yeah, it works. It hurts, but it works.
It's supposed to hurt. That's how you learn.
And you guys do also notice that you are not the only ones watching. There are kids who have just wandered up to watch. There are maids just on their way, taking a moment out of their chores or whatever they're doing. Watch. Um Fine businessmen or what have you also just kind of just taking time out of their day to just kind of lean on the railing basically and just kind of watch this go down before going along on their way.
It's very impressive, though I can't help but think that Aslan sees them as projectiles in all that armor. And just give
Even
her a
without the
swat as
armor.
well. Fair enough.
Anything's a projectile if you try hard enough, isn't it?
Honestly, don't think she has to try very hard.
Zindros just kind of chuckling to himself more than anything, just kind of remembering all the things that Aslan has thrown that she probably should not have been able to. After about 15 minutes of standing there, especially after you notice you guys are kind of the ones that have been standing there the longest after a while. Someone does eventually just one of the guards just kind of approaches. Can I help you? Are you just watching, or is there something you require?
Both, honestly. Bit of professional curiosity from some of us, but would you? Is he here, or would you know where he is? We're looking for Kragan Eskelm. He's my father.
No, you're Eskelm's lad. Oh, he's spoken of you quite highly. Didn't mention you were coming to visit. He's out on patrol right now. He kind of looks at you. It's like, you can see the resemblance. That's fucking weird.
Like Maha and Lawrence just look at each other confusedly for a moment.
Right. Just what?
Isn't that the whole point of parentage?
You'd think, but
I can have someone send word to him if you'd like.
It's not an emergency, so if he's on patrol, I don't want to interrupt him. That's not the best idea. When is he expected back, and would it be a problem if we waited?
Shouldn't be. I believe he should be back around the 1 hour after midday. For lunch and rest. He tends to take long loops in his patrols.
Look back at the rest of the party. Do you guys want to wait here, or did you want to explore a little?
If we've got time, we can explore.
So, hear me out. If we have a general idea of his route, we know it's at least a circuit, we can try to head in the opposing direction while exploring, and maybe we'll run into him.
Also true.
I don't suppose we'd be able to get his route, or is that something that's under wraps, as it were?
Even if we took proper routes, definitely wouldn't give that out. No offense. But no,
Fair.
we don't have concrete routes per se. We just know where we want to go and where we should be before the end of our shifts.
Also, Dad takes his responsibilities pretty seriously. He wouldn't stop his route even if we did run into him.
Well, we could walk with him, couldn't we?
No.
I feel distraction of conversation would probably not be taken well.
Like
Fair
I
enough.
said, no.
Well, we have a time frame. That's good enough, I think. If the man is so punctual, then we can rely on.
Fair enough. Well, if we want to take some time then while we wait for him.
I'll look back at the guard. If he gets back before we do, let him know we're here. Or I'm here along with companions and friends.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Just kind of musing to himself a bit while just thinking. Don't suppose there's any decent taverns or inns or general watering holes to try and hear what's been going on around.
And Glinthatook in Maha's head just, oh, that is typically where you people tend to spread your rumors and talk about events.
So you have been paying attention to mortal society. I'm proud of you.
You drag me to many places.
Well, it's not like either of us really have a choice in that matter, do we?
No. No, I suppose not.
Just turning to the guard and just asking, I don't suppose there are any inns or taverns nearby. We may be here in town for a while and want to get a feel for where we could set up, as it were.
Well, there's a tavern about 2 blocks that way. He points down the road. That the boys of the barracks tend to frequent after their shifts. So
Okay. I think that should do fairly well enough for us. You want to pass some time there as we wait for Pax's father?
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Let's be off then. Get a feel for proper the city, as it were, for aside from the military end of things.
I suppose the projectiles will have to wait for another day.
projectiles. The guard looking very confused.
Just any and everything. Don't worry about it.
I'm going to worry about it.
You should probably worry about it a little.
That's Yep.
I would do my best not to think about it if I were
It is
you.
my way of saying that I could join in your training and throw your soldiers all across the training grounds.
It would be really funny too.
It's also not an exaggeration. I've seen her throw men at least 25 feet.
And it's really funny when it happens.
Every time.
And you can see gears turning in his head.
See, a lot of the time she throws them to us, and then we just sort of,
This is an effective strategy, yes. However,
She said could, not would.
come back in like 15 minutes. I gotta talk to the Sarge.
I can wait.
Fef is visibly excited.
As is the guard you're talking to. He's just like, oh. As he just kind of power walks towards one of the drill sergeants.
And this is how Aslan gets another significant other.
Free
Not a
love,
lie.
baby.
Not a lie.
I think they're probably gonna actually use you for training.
Who's using you?
Possibly fall training, because
I mean, there will be some falling going on.
All right.
Break your fall or get broken.
All right, boys and girls. Today it's Yeet 101. You're going to go up onto that roof, and there's going to be a very scary woman up there. She's going to throw your ass off the roof.
Land good.
Land good, or
Or we'll send you home in buckets.
land.
Land good or die trying.
Land good because the medic needs time to get here.
Yep.
Land good or land yourself in the infirmary.
Land good because you're still recruits and your insurance hasn't kicked in yet.
Oh,
Biggest motivator of all.
Just,
My deductible.
just as they're flying off the roof.
Why do we use this system? Ah!
TRICARE sucks.
I was told I'd be able to keep my provider.
For those not in the know, TRICARE is the military
Mm.
insurance once you've retired.
And it is awful.
Yeah, it's garbage.
And you're not allowed to use it if you have other insurance.
Oof. But yes.
Well, it can be like backup insurance, but basically it cannot be your primary insurance if you have other insurance.
Mm.
something can't spell homeopathic without HMO.
Oh. Exactly, TJ. Also, but no, you guys had about 2 blocks down the road.
Well, I suppose are we heading down that way, like all of us, or is Aslan gonna stick behind for nonsense?
Honestly, yeah, that's a good question. What are you guys planning to do?
I mean, I want to watch.
I'll go with Maha to gather bar info.
Yeah, taverns are kind of boring to Aslan, so this is actually something that could be amusing to her. So
Yeah.
I'm staying if only because I want to compare it to what I've been through personally with training and to make sure things don't get out of hand. Because technically I'm point of contact for actually being here.
Yeah,
I just want to see guys get tossed.
that's also fair. Yeah, I'll go with you, Maha.
Alrighty. So, Lorenz and I over to the
Yes.
tavern just to
Zendros
get
as
the
well, maybe?
gossip.
Yeah, Zendros probably going to the tavern just because out of the sun. Zendros is pale, spooky, and very awkward. So,
Too goth for this shit.
yes. Look, I've been tempted whenever I'm controlling Zendros to have him get a parasol out of nowhere. Or just,
Please do.
maybe a top hat.
Tan or bleach?
He just burns like a vampire.
Look, you don't need a parasol when you wear full plate armor. 16 strength requirement, but it keeps all the sun off my pasty white ass.
Oh god, Lorenz has the armor equivalent of a farmer's tan. His head is just fucking tan, takes off the armor, and everything else is just pale and gangly.
I know they revealed his face in this show, but not counting that. So considering how long Chief spends with in his armor and not removing his helmet, how pale do you think he is?
Oh, like it's got to be grub-like, like
Oh,
nearly translucent.
Actually, if I recall correctly, they did actually have that flash screen at the end of Halo 4. And his skin was literally translucent white.
Yeah.
Outside of what you could see, what his visor, what that light had come through the visor, the rest of his skin was like actual Oreo cream white
Yeah, that makes sense.
and clammy.
Man's never not once seen a sunbeam in that armor.
Well, he's seen it, but those UV rays do not get down to his skin.
No.
Suit fucking feeds him vitamin C. Whatever. Look, just shove a CD up his ass. I'm sure it'll help.
Hey.
But yes, Maha, Lorenz, and Zendros headed down to the tavern. Which admittedly, it's midday. It's not the busiest, for sure. But you notice that there are definitely this is the preferred watering hole for city guards of the area. A lot of them are here eating lunch. And I'll kind of look up as you enter. Take very specific note of you, especially you, Lorenz, before just kind of going back to their fucking meals and beers.
Is it bad? Just that all that came to my mind was just enemy spotted.
No, everybody in there just did a threat assessment.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
I can take it.
There were several team side only CT voice lines that were just used.
Atrocity.
Not yet.
Yet.
No, but yeah, you guys are able to get a table. It's not that hard. Again, midday, not super full. Fairly relaxed atmosphere. A lot of guards. Relaxing. Eventually, a waitress comes around. Just, can I get you anything?
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, beer.
Take a spot of mead.
Beer, mead, and so just I'll have tea. And the waitress just
Well, looks and just sounds right.
I'll see what I have. I'll see what I have. Now I want to run a campaign that is just city guards, but like the Reno 911 version of city guards. It's like the barracks that has no fucking funding.
My God.
I'm kind of into that.
Fucking sign me up.
It's like being in Shadowrun and playing the high threat response team that has the worst jobs for Dock Wagon.
Yeah.
Like, They don't get the cush jobs of pulling celebrities off stage during ODs in the middle of their shows, like literally pulling corporate entities out of other corporate buildings after they've been poisoned or shot.
Oh, to shreds, you say?
To shreds, you say?
But yeah, no, that's a campaign idea I'm filing away for a later date for sure. Oh yes, here we have Zendros, Lorenz, and Maha. I will let you three decide who is who. But no.
No.
Center is definitely Zendros, 200%.
Drinks are eventually brought around. Lorenz, your beer. It's definitely a lager. Burns like a fucking bitch in your throat going down. However, also definitely very alcoholic. Like, you're definitely thinking just off rip, that's gotta be a 12%er. If such a thing as APV existed in a medieval fantasy world.
The closest ABV is how many to drunk.
And being from the Duvarian capital city, actually, you might have a proper APV scale.
There's a different scale. It's very like trade termsy.
Exactly.
Just call it gravity.
Yeah, exactly. It's effectively the it's rated by levels of intensity, but like intensity means various different. It's complicated.
Yes, absolutely. Maha, your mead is definitely imported from Kalint. You recognize this taste because you had it about 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it is
That's familiar.
Familiar and crisp. And it tastes good. It is lightly chilled. And then Zendros does not get tea, but does get a Mai Tai. No, just get some kind of cocktail, just pink. And Zendros just, I'll take it. This is fine.
I guess as we're just having our drinks, if there needs to be a perception roll for it, just trying to hear if there's any general chatter or gossip or anything
Yeah, same.
about the tavern, or if it's relatively quiet.
Okay. Both of you give me perception checks.
Okay.
The duality of man. And I'll actually roll one for Zendros, of course. He's helping. I made a blind GM roll for Zendros, even though I am the DM. Oh no. Even untrained almost got higher than one of you.
Wait, how can you be untrained with perception? Doesn't everyone
Yeah,
have
that
at
doesn't
least
make
trained in
sense.
perception?
What the fuck? Yeah, hold on. What the fuck, Dustin? Excuse me a moment while I go looking through my books real quick.
Okay, he should be at least trained.
Right, at the minimum. The fuck?
Like, I want to say that by this.
Yeah, he's trained at level 1. How did this happen? You guys are level 9 now. Yeah, he has expert. Or no, he will get expert at level 11. That's right. Oh, okay. But no. You guys hear fairly basic chatter around the tavern around you. A lot of discussion about uh just the workday. Excuse me. The workday. You know how much how it the how patrolling isn't so bad when it's this cold out because but the wind sucks, but walking around in the armor you work up a bit of a sweat and you can keep yourself kind of warm. Um, Nothing terribly interesting um for that you guys hear. Um, it seems fairly mundane and benign.
Ma gives a bit of a shrug as he takes another sip from his mead and says, "Well, can't say that I'm surprised that if there is anything worth talking about, this place being as filled as it is with guard is probably mostly tight-lipped or at least cognizant to not blabber."
True, but you never know. We'll see how it happens out later tonight, perhaps.
Eh, could be with more faces about as we get to the evening. Could be a bit more to hear. Suppose if anything, if nothing seems so urgent as to require people talking about it, then it's probably safe to assume things are clean enough, I suppose.
Possibly.
And we'll head back to while you guys are getting to enjoy your nice drinks and the time off your feet. We'll head back to the other group. Currently outside of the barracks where you guys were oh, it's a few minutes later that the guard comes back to you looking very excited. Just, all right. So, the Sarge said that sounds like it would be very amusing to watch. And he's down for it. If you're confident that you can throw the rookies around in their armor.
Considering I threw armored southern soldiers off of a mountainside, it should not be a problem.
Okay. Okay. And he actually offers you a hand over the railing into the training yard.
She's just gonna go over it herself.
Yeah, just, oh, okay. Uh, Sarge, this is the one I was telling you about, and as you approach, who you gather is the sergeant, an elf, with a long kind of braided beard, with short buzz cut hair, just okay. Well, ma'am, what is your name?
Ozelin.
Oswald. Well, Jenkins here says that you say you can throw my men and women around, and I would very much like to see that.
Despite my better judgment, I'm going to look at Fef for a moment, and then look back at the sergeant, and then back at Fef.
Yes.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go to grapple the sergeant and demonstrate on the sergeant.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh God!
Okay.
I'm too far away to intervene in any way, aren't I?
Oh, yes. So what is it's your grapple? It's your there we go. Yeah. Athletics check against the target's fortitude DC. Okay. All right, give me your athletics. That is a success.
And then it's an athletics against his fortitude DC again. For whirling throw.
What's the sergeant's reaction on the initial grab?
Hold on. I want the second athletics check, and then okay. 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 You, Pax and Theth, you watch as Aslan is brought to the sergeant, out of earshot. Theth, you see Aslan look at you, look back to the sergeant, look to you, then back to the sergeant.
Which by that point, Fef is practically vibrating.
I'm just picturing fucking Tom Goblin just.
Yeah. And then, in the blink of an eye, the sergeant in his plate mail is in the air, being tossed like so much elven missile, and is deposited at your feet, Theth. With a lot of screaming in the way. Just, ah! Oh, what the fuck?
I'm gonna look down at the sergeant and back up at Jenkins just, I told you it was funny.
Oh yeah, Jenkins, next to Aslan, is losing his mind. The
I
recruit,
will offer to help the sergeant up, by the way.
he takes it. He's not proud. No, he's not that proud. As the recruits are all staring in a mixture of awe and laughter. The sergeant, upon standing up, just, thank you. You think it's funny, recruits?
Oh, here we go.
Well, you've convinced me, madam. Do as you will.
It's time to smoke the squad.
And no leader should expect their troops to do something they would not. And now that the leader has gone,
And the recruits all immediately just, oh shit.
And you know what? For added dramatic flair, in case if any of them look like they're trying to retreat a little bit,
Oh yeah.
the wings come out.
Oh god. Okay. We'll do bulk athletics. Just in general for
Losing it.
Yep. Okay. That is. Hold on. Let me double check. Okay, so that first one is a critical success for the grapple, and then for the whirling throw, it is a success.
Good enough.
Yeah. So you guys watch as Azulin, the wings unfurl, and she goes flying around the courtyard, swooping down to land just long enough to whirling throw recruits in different directions before going back up into the air.
There will be times where she doesn't even land. She just over them, grabs them, throws them, and keeps going. Because hey, as long as she's adjacent to them.
Beautiful.
I'm just all that I can picture with that is basically like a fucking baseball outfielder, just immediate scoop right to the hand and then whip.
Yeah. The sergeant just leaning against the railing next to Fef and Pax and just, I wish I still smoked.
Just gonna look over to Pax and
She's working out some issues.
while offering the sergeant the hooch, by the way.
Remember, she was raised in a military family.
It's true.
She's working out some issues.
Oh yeah.
She's getting really very good at that.
No, thank you, by the way. I'm on duty.
Taking a chug.
So, is this mostly for your amusement, or did you want them to get actual training on taking a fall?
Bit of both.
I might regret this.
They're
Oh,
also getting
no.
some evasion
I'll-
training.
Yeah, I'll
Did you say
I'll
you might
offer
regret
myself-
it in character?
who?
You. High need recruits! Don't let her get you that easy!
When she's done with this round of, I don't want to call it abuse, but kinda.
Hazing.
I'll
It's
take a throw and show them how to land, so they at least maybe get something from this.
oh boy. As Aslan goes through the recruits and finishes throwing all of them, Aslan, are you just throwing them in random wanton direction, or are you piling them up?
It's probably random for the most part.
Okay.
Unless somebody starts shouting directions.
No directions. Definitely just left to your own devices there. You realize how, as all the recruits are thrown about in a field of groaning, writhing, metallic-covered bodies, Pax walks over.
Nice music.
Oh, you're approaching me. I can't throw you without getting closer.
So she does not need to roll the athletics checks because I'm allowing it to happen. Do you want me to roll athletics or acrobatics for the landing to actually show the recruits how they're supposed to take a fall?
Acrobatics.
Okay. You get to set the DC for whatever this is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait, don't you, just like I, treat falls as if they're about, I think, 50 feet shorter now?
It's falls. This is me being hurled.
It's
I
just
make a
falling really
distinction for that.
fast.
I make a distinct. If she was throwing me off a roof, yes, I would
Okay,
say
valid.
catfall has some impact on that. But no, this is me being hurled. It is a different
Yeah,
matter.
this is lateral force rather than gravitational force.
Mm-hmm. All right, Pax, give me that acrobatics.
Think of it kind of like a cat unfurling to land, on its feet.
Yes. Pax, as you are willingly thrown about, you realize you were not expecting the speed at which Aslan was about to throw you at. And in your attempt to tuck and roll for your
I'll use a
landing,
hero point. I'll use a hero point to turn it into a backflip and land on my feet, if possible. Absolutely will.
I mean, to be fair, unless I crit, you don't land prone. So
true. I'm trying to remember if hero points have to be, if you have to say you're going to roll a hero point sooner,
I mean, yeah, word of God is you.
it's true.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll allow it just because it is for silly.
Oh,
Really?
come on!
Just
Wow.
eating shit today.
Foundry, why?
that's some spite right there.
You attempt to correct yourself because you realize, oh shit, I'm about to eat shit. And in your attempts to correct yourself mid roll, as you're coming in for your landing, you realize too late you've overcorrected. And you, instead of doing your neat roll up onto your feet, you just kind of land like a sack of potatoes on your back. Just. And the sergeant next to Fesh just, ooh.
I feel like at this point I should go volunteer because I think I'm the only one here who hasn't been thrown yet.
Well, I guess the question is, Aslan, was Jenkins subject to the throw as well?
I mean, was he in the yard?
He was in the yard.
Then yes, he was.
So yeah, Fef would be about the only one.
Yeah, Theft is the only one currently not on his ass. Well, and the sergeant, but he got up.
The sergeant got his already.
Yeah. The sergeant's just kind of looking at you, Theft. Just, She's
You
your
know what?
friend.
I'm gonna shrug and just walk up. All right, let's see if I can stick the landing.
The dice told Pax, no.
Right, if Aslan wouldn't mind.
You just might want to be extra careful because consider what you represent.
Oh, I figured
the
you'd jump.
moment.
I figured you'd jump at the chance.
That's, 'cause your Fortitude DC Theft,
That's for the throw, because assuming he's letting himself be grabbed.
right.
But
Absolutely, yeah.
That is a success.
All right, versus throwing acrobatics.
Yeah, give me an acrobatics. Aslan, I'm going to assume that you're throwing Fef a little spicier than you were Pax.
just a bit.
Just a little bit. It's understandable. Beth, however, having expected that, you're able to kind of adjust for it. And as you are thrown past Pax, as you're lying on the ground, you just see Feth go, woo! Flying past your vision. And Feth, you manage to catch yourself on the balls of your feet, using the momentum to tuck into a ball, roll along the ground, and then pop up onto your feet.
Just throwing my hands up in the air. I am surprised as the rest of you. Only one. I did it.
Now, recruits, now that you've all had your fun, since you all thought it was so amusing when I got thrown, I went 3 laps around the city, and I want you back before sunset. Get going. Bless you.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Oh god. And this ain't no small town. This is
No. No. He has sent them on a very brisk jog through the city.
that is the marathon.
In full plate armor.
Oh,
And as they all line up in the yard and begin to head out, the sergeant behind them just, that's it, come on, 1, 2, 1, 2, just absolutely just on their asses the whole way. Jenkins, the only one left in the field, in the training field with you guys, just they should have known better than to laugh, to be honest. They brought this on themselves.
I mean, it is pretty funny to see, though.
About this time, Maha, Lorenz, and Zindros, you guys are walking back to the barracks. You are passed by a cadre of fresh recruits being hounded. Armor suddenly weirdly covered in a lot of dirt, being hounded and from behind by the sergeant that you recognize.
I don't think none of us actually saw the sergeant.
You saw him from a distance. You didn't see him up close.
Okay, right, because I thought he might
You
have been
could-
inside. When,
No, he was out there kind of watching the drills. So like
Okay.
you recognize him kind of.
Okay, yeah. Just passing all of that and just looking over towards Aslan. I assume are the wings still out?
How long did that whole ordeal take?
I'd say probably about. Considering how fast Aslan is, actually, probably like 2 minutes. Ops.
Then yes, the wings are still out.
Just seeing the whole the entire squadron of rookies, and then looking to Aslan with the wings. Just, I'll be damned, you did it, didn't you?
It was therapeutic.
Who might argue?
Zandros, I would hate to be your therapist.
You would hate even more to be my family.
Yeah.
I believe that. Well, unfortunately or fortunately, talk at the tavern was fairly mundane and trivial. Nothing too pressing seems to be gripping people. Of course, it was mainly filled with guards off duty. They may be just tight-lipped on things, or maybe there is nothing to worry about. Little
Well,
early to tell, but
for better or worse, if nothing else, stories of what transpired moments ago should start to spread.
And let's be real, they not quite combat, but still faced you down. And consider who and what I am as I say this. You are one of the most frightening things I've ever seen in combat. So I think they're prepared for most anything at this point.
Pax, are you still on the ground or have you gotten up yet?
No, I'm still laying there.
I kind of figured. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to buddy.
Little Pax, you're just laying there staring up at the clear sky. The Lorenz just kind of.
You okay?
The gods have cursed me for my hubris, and my work is never done.
They do that a lot.
And I use that skill as it's named, not as its description.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Max literally goes from laying flat to just kicking his legs forward and on his feet.
Yep.
I just give him a pat on the back.
Jenkins just. That is easily one of the finest kip ups I have seen in a long while.
In theory, shouldn't have needed it.
Well, there's one thing that we drill about combat around here. It is, in theory, nothing matters when it comes to theory. What matters is what's in front of you and what has happened.
plans do not survive first contact with reality.
Exactly. Also, I'm sorry, I just looked through all the heights of the party. There are 3 of you. Azalin, Lorenz, and Zendros that are all 6'1", exactly.
It's like 6'1" more or less because of the armor and stuff like that too. So
And Pax is 5'11".
To
Well-
be fair, Aslan's height's not including her horns.
Right. Fef is 5'6", and Maha is 3'2".
So close to actual size.
Not including the BDE.
wow.
Also, wow.
Wow.
Seriously, why are so many of you guys 5'7"?
All right, listen here.
He's so mean.
Why you bully? Why you bully? No, again, that's 3'2", not including the BDE.
Big dragon energy.
We'll go with that one, yeah. But yes,
This is
Jenkins.
a family-friendly
No.
show.
Need I
We are known
remind?
for being quite family friendly.
Oh,
Yeah, if the family was the aristocrats.
I was gonna
Wholesome
say
reptile.
yes. Azalin is a big hit with sisters.
A
God.
Uh,
Wholesome reptile.
Jenkins, by the way, going inside and bringing out mugs of water for Pax and Aslan and Thef. And here you go. Here you go. There you go.
thank you.
Yeah. Oh, well, what brings you to Between? as Jenkins just kind of rolls a barrel over and just kind of pulls out and actually out of a kind of out of a what you assume to be a kind of a secret hidden compartment in the armor somewhere, pulls out a it best can be described as a snuff box. Just pulls out a little tin, opens it up, and starts to self-roll a puts herb inside of some paper and rolls it up,
Ha.
and then takes a match and just. So, what brings you to the city?
Nah, just tipping his head towards Pax.
Right, Eskelm's son. Yeah. At
There's a little more to it, but yeah.
there usually is. This gonna be a happy reunion, or do I need to get the Sarge back here, or what?
I don't think I've done anything stupid enough to make it unhappy.
Good metric. Good metric.
No, wait.
So I think
The
we've all
golem.
done our fair.
We won't tell him about the golem.
I already told him in one of my letters.
Ah,
Oh. To be fair, I think we've each had our fair share of stupid that we could be criticized for.
Here's, I'll smoke to that. And by the way, it's a very sweet smelling leaf. Whatever it is, the smoke smells very, very sweet.
So as far as whatever it is that happened while we were away, though I can hazard a guess by just glancing at Aslan's wings. Do you often have outside participants in your drills and training, or is it
Not usually. Definitely one of the more amusing days. I'm not gonna lie to you. Uh,
If nothing else, your sergeant will not question my abilities again.
that is true. Very true. And Jenkins is kind of sitting there with you guys, passing the time. And it's a while later when, from inside the doorway that leads into the barracks, you hear, well, well, well. If you'd told me you were coming sooner, I would have had beds made up. And out into the sunlight of the day walks a human man, on the shorter side, about 5'7". Uh, very grayed hair that is cut short. a gray, a full beard, also gray, but it is definitely shaved very close to the jaw, and very very neatly trimmed, very cleaned. Uh, the and the hair of the beard stops at a very noticeable faded scar that runs right along the entirety of the throat. But otherwise, you are looking at basically Pax without tusks and a human complexion. Like, it is. And also, like, aged like 30 years. Like, it is. You realize now why Jenkins was like, oh shit. That's weird.
I feel like I feel like after like taking it in and just getting a glance back to Pax and then at at the man again, just probably echoes just, oh shit, that's weird.
Right? Right?
Yeah, as a reminder, you can hover over the token and it will show the actual portrait I selected.
Right.
Yeah.
And just good to see you again, lad. And he just walks up, wraps his arms around Pax, and just lifts him up bodily.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, son.
I did say we'd be here as soon as possible. I wasn't expecting you to be that quick either.
No, I wasn't. You dumbass.
Sorry.
Sets you down, reaches up, ruffles your fucking hair. Just, pain in my ass. Love you to death, you little. Ugh, these are your friends then. Mahajapit. Very obvious. Points at you, Lorenz. Zindros. Aslan, no mistaking. Fef, no mistaking. Points at Zindros. Lorenz. And then... No, that is actually everyone. Yeah.
Pretty close.
I look at Pax. How do you describe me to your father? I'm not that spooky, am I?
I mean, no, but actually yes.
I
But no.
suppose-
Maha, like seeing that Lorenz and Zendros had their names mixed up, just kind of like looks to his side, is like, I don't know if I should put a page in my book for other people's names.
No, but only
Yeah.
because he got their names right. It's
Yeah,
the wrong person.
I am Lorenz.
Lorenz, nice to meet you. I apologize. And
Not a
Zendros,
problem.
nice to meet you as well. I also apologize to you.
We get grouped together a lot. I'm starting to learn some things about myself as a result.
Literally, almost the same height. Both of you are half elves. You both go for the spooky vibes. And he's just like, no, you are the one in the armor. I should have known better. Well, welcome to Ildithween. It is a city. I was transferred here a few years ago from my actual home.
I feel like it is a city. It's maybe just a technicality. It's like a massive fortress people manage to live in.
Yes. You're not wrong, I will say. It is not the worst place to live, especially given the events of recent. Where better or safer to live than a massive fortress that has self-sustainability?
Certainly would alleviate a lot of issues.
Yes, in apparently, in times of great desperation, many centuries ago, before most of us were alive. In fact, I'm going to wager actually any of us were alive. When times were hard for Ilduthwin, as so the stories go, they could no longer import. There's a reason the roofs are flat. Makes for good additional garden space, apparently.
It would make sense for keeping things even and separated by tier. Okay.
When every home can be its own garden, suddenly, no one really cares if you're under siege.
Certainly keeps the main point of a siege pretty moot.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Well, come. Once I was informed that you had arrived, I got in contact with my superior and I took the rest of the day off. So, normally I wouldn't, but it is an important day. Not every day I get to see my son or meet his friends. So, I hope you haven't made any reservations at any inns yet.
Not yet.
Good. I don't have any additional guest rooms or anything. My home here is a little small, on the small side, but you are free to use it if you wish.
Well, I appreciate the hospitality.
And he nods and...
Dad?
Yeah.
Do we have a backyard?
No, not really. I'll show you when we get there. And he kind of...
Silently contemplating how big the roof is.
I know exactly why.
Oh yeah.
I'll put a yurt on a roof.
Hell yeah.
And he nods and leads you along, out of the barracks yards, with saying goodbye to Jenkins, who is just... Later, guys.
Jenkins will get in trouble when Sarge comes back.
Jenkins is smart enough to know to be done by the time the sergeant returns. Usually.
Smoke swiftly, Jenkins.
And he leads you along through the city streets, leading you to actually one of the upper levels in a neighborhood. And in these smaller kind of districts, you realize that it's not so much roads in the traditional sense, especially when there doesn't need to be room for like carriages or horses or anything. You realize that people are actually walking along the roofs of other buildings, especially when the terrain calls for it. The roads, as it were, is just the roofs of the buildings on the tier below it. It is not, and that's not exactly applicable for every area, of course. But where it is possible, people just tend to just do it. Do it. Let me bring you all to and he just, as he brings you to a, it's slightly sticking out of a kind of just this slab of rock that is around it. And this is my humble abode. Unlocks the door and motions for you to come inside.
Step on in, I suppose.
It is, and as you step inside, you can tell it is definitely a bachelor pad. Like it is not. Like if this were the modern era, there would be a folding camping chair and a fucking TV on a bucket.
Like bare essentials
Yeah.
at best.
There's just a lot more looking between Pax's dad and Pax at this point when seeing the inside of this home. Just like the two are melding in Lorenzo's brain at this point.
Yeah. That door there is my bedroom. If you go through that, however, the bathroom is through the bedroom. It's the other door in there.
Can we get to the roof from here?
Is there a roof even?
Yeah. Second question. First question.
It's a bit of a roof, yeah.
And
And
then third question, is this space big enough to put the yurt inside?
let's see what is the item's description of the yurt? How big is it on the outside?
Hold on. Before activation, it appears to be that.
Yes.
What about after activation? Fire pit, 10 bedrolls. I guess it kind of depends how tall the roof is. The actual floor space, I think there might be enough.
Yeah. You know what? Just because I find it funny, I'm going to allow it. I'm going to be honest. Rule of it makes me laugh.
Eehoo.
You do with a bit of quick mental math. You wager you could probably fit the yurt in this living room.
Look over it. Kragan, permission to do something potentially silly?
Granted.
I'm gonna kind of step towards a wall.
Yeah, I'm going to step this way.
Yeah. Maha, like, seeing this, has an eyebrow cocked, and if he sees the yurt come out, he's just gonna be, oh, hells, and just tuck himself to the corner of the room.
What? I'm suddenly very concerned. What?
I will grab Fef and pull them towards a wall also, as needs be.
And then, yeah, just gonna pull the yurt out. And I'm assuming he's never seen one before, so he just wonders what the fuck I'm doing.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely like, okay, I recognize the tent. I mean, yeah, pitching a tent in the living room is not the worst thing in the world. It will...
Boo.
What?
Boo.
What?
Please just don't worry about it.
Do you see dawning non-comprehension upon his face, upon Kregan's face?
Just goblin humor.
Oh. Boo.
Honestly, Fef is gonna laugh just with the earnestness with which he said that. Like, you gotta give him the laugh. I can't break his heart like that.
And then, yeah, it takes 10 minutes to activate, so Dad's going to be very confused why it's taking this long to set up shitty little 4-man tent until it does what it does. At which point, I think I need to probably move over here. As the yurt expands.
He kind of takes several steps back as the yurt begins to expand. Just, oh, what are you doing?
Also, just for curiosity, I ended up just looking up what a like buying a 10-person yurt, what the measurements they have for it are, and it looks to be about 16.5 by 16.5 by 10 feet.
Yeah, plenty
Okay,
of space. In
yeah, actually,
That's just like 4 foot bigger in every direction than this room.
yeah. Then the room we are actually sitting in real life, like, and most rooms are actually 10 feet tall, anyways. Actually,
Right.
or no, I should say a story is about 10 feet tall, not necessarily a. You get what I mean.
Standard room.
Well,
Yeah.
So yeah, no, more than enough space. Especially because, yeah, this room is 35 by 65, so like, nah, you're good. You're able to set the yurt up, no problem, and you just that magical.
Yes.
Oh, of course it is. And stupid question.
It's just if that's just a feat of engineering, then we've advanced a lot further than I expected.
From what I've heard in the last several months, I would not be surprised anymore.
Lorenz quietly just kind of starts furrowing his brow and staring at the floor. And clearly starting to think about how to use Wormite to sort of engineer this kind of a thing.
Well,
Well, don't ask me how to do it. I'm not a geologist.
I mean, I'm an aspiring one at this point, and I'm upset about it.
well, I'm going to ignore that geologist comment because even as me, that's the stupidest thing I've heard all day.
Then you're not going to be happy with who it came from.
Pax.
Sorry.
Pax. Buddy.
He did mean it as a joke.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, are you being honest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Now,
but it was funny.
I'm not much of a cook, but who would like lunch?
I wouldn't turn it down if you're offering.
I can help.
You know how to make scuttlebutt?
No, but I've had to help my mother in the kitchen quite a lot, so tell me what to do and I will do it.
Okay, I can do it. Uh, and there is not much. I mean, you can see the kitchen from where you are. It's a part of the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the stove.
Yeah.
That's kind of why Loren's super comfortable with doing this right now. There's an unfortunate level of nostalgia that is happening.
Oh no.
Oh.
But yeah, no. Cregan just takes a skillet, and it's a big fucking skillet, admittedly.
This is the only one he fucking owns, anyway.
No,
Sorry.
no. He takes out one skillet, looks around at everyone, and then puts it away and pulls out a much bigger skillet.
Fair.
That's the home defense skillet.
Personal security skillet.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. And he
It's
starts
non-lethal.
he starts pulling out eggs, sausage, bacon, hash browns, yeah, and just starts basically just lights the fire, and then just everything kind of goes into the skillet, and it just kind of cooks together.
Mm. Yeah, at the moment he does that, Lorenz is like, "Oh yeah, I know what to do. Don't worry."
Camp cooking.
Poverty cooking.
Ah, grew up poor.
Yes, there is I mean, it's imagine it's a lot like anywhere.
Yeah, I much the same myself before falling into the city guard.
So, as I'm cooking, I'm using a produce flame to kind of like regulate the heat in the pan and make sure it all cooks evenly
Mm-hmm.
and shit like that.
And he pulls out salt, pepper, some spices you don't recognize.
What are those?
Orcish spices.
Just gonna stick a hand out to get like a sprinkle on his hand, basically.
He sprinkles some on you, and it is red and powdery.
And Lawrence doesn't know better.
Oh, that was
Give me a fortitude save.
Okay.
Oh my!
Pax is just gonna shake his head.
Lorenz definitely was not prepared for the amount of heat that is going on in his mouth right now.
No.
However, being Lorenz, you're definitely able to fight down the worst of it. There's definitely some coughing.
Oh yeah. It's undignified as fuck.
Your eyes are definitely watering. But all you can think about afterwards is how good that tastes and how the burning feels good.
Yeah, that tracks.
What was Kragan's response on seeing Lorenz immediately?
Oh, no reaction. Just stone face. Just, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Lawrence just, can I buy that in the city?
Yes.
Oh, good.
By the bulk, in fact. You can get it in, like, 25-pound bags.
I'm going to fuck up Deverian cuisine for the rest of the city.
Good. It's about time somebody did it.
Lorenz is just going through every meal served at the Roseway Tavern, now made spicy, basically.
Hey, Ma,
Yes.
don't warn Albrecht.
Oh, that would be a hell of a sight.
Wait. You mean the new crown emperor of the Devarian Empire, Albert?
Yes.
That's the one.
All right, so listen here. There's this Oracle woman in the markets on the west side named Rosie. She has the good stuff.
Lorenz literally pulls out the endless grimoire.
Because this is cursed as shit, is what
This
we're
is
about to
cursed
do.
fucking knowledge. And immediately writes this shit down.
Also, watch yourself. She likes elves.
Stops.
And is a habitual bachelorette.
I see.
Yes.
Make Zendros do it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Zindros just, no.
You lot are evil. Go on.
There you go.
This is how I know that my son is with good people.
Do you need me to do the shopping for you?
Maybe. Probably.
Who would like drinks?
Yeah.
And he goes over to a little chest right next to the stove, opens it up, and just pulls out beers. And just... And does the trick where he is able to open the bottles with the countertop.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Passing them around. And then he looks at his dining room table and the singular chair. And then, right. Apology.
Not a problem.
We just sit around the fire pit.
Yeah.
There's a...
Oh shit! Right.
and actually go and open the door to the yurt.
Just where the hell did you get this?
Magic shop.
Good shop.
Yes.
Krog just kind of just goes inside.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because like any of the light from inside doesn't actually
Nope.
go
Nope.
outside.
No. So yes,
No, it just looks like a regular ass yurt on the outside.
yeah.
A big one, but yeah.
You all get to have, or those that wish to partake, I should say. I know Aslan, you do not require food and tend to not partake. Some wonderful homemade scuttlebutt, beer, and some good company. As Cregan shares very embarrassing stories of Pax's teenage years.
Yes, we had the Lorenz embarrassment arc for a bit. Now we get Pax.
Did I ever tell you about the time my son first decided to try and jump off of a roof?
These are the first stories I am hearing from you, but I am already dying to hear more.
You hook 'em early. Yeah, but yes, he launches into a story again, and explaining that Pax was not born in Ildithween, um, and in fact, Cregan did not really get a chance to truly meet Pax until Pax was starting to hit puberty. Um, and but very quickly realized that there was potential and in the boy, and the boy was inspired. And after some very quick crash coursery in protecting himself, found Pax on the roof of the house one day, practicing tuck and rolls. And it did not go well. Because you see, it had just rained the night before. And it was a countryside home. There was lots of mud. It was, however, a very teaching moment.
I see we deal in important lessons in this part of the world.
Yes. The most important lesson you can learn is one that is hard earned.
A lesson in traction and friction.
And also remembering what the weather was like the night before. As
You guys
Pax,
look over and notice Pax is just like lightly smiling because he knows this isn't the most embarrassing shit.
oh no, oh no. Uh, but yes,
That
th-
requires a different trip.
yes. But as the day presses on into the early evening, food consumed, beers had, and Cregan just so tell me what. I am not so vain or silly to think that you've come just to visit your dear old man.
I mean, I did want to see you. It's been a while and had a couple times where I didn't think I was going to get to again.
I'm glad you made the effort to come see me. What else are you doing here, though?
Gonna look over at Maha and Lorenz. Two separate things, technically.
Just straining himself up a bit and just, well, our first pertinent order of business is something that perhaps you might have heard a bit about. Have you heard anything or had any contact with the Draconic Historians League?
Uh, I'm familiar with the group. No personal interaction, but they are known throughout the city.
Well, there's been uh, some development in the research into the rising of the worm to the north and the awakening and assaults by dragons across the continent. And there's significant reason to believe that a subset of that group has been responsible.
Hmm.
Now, part of this uh, Historians League, some certain members have been said to arrive in Ilduthween and then lost contact with the rest of the society.
Hmm.
Be it that they've gone missing or something happened to them, or if they intentionally stopped communications, we haven't been able to determine, but we're here to try and find some answers to that.
Important answers, I'm sure. Well, I can give directions to the office, to their office in the city. Perhaps can have a lead there.
They have an official office, you said.
Yes. The Draconic Historian League. It's not much. Don't get me wrong. It's not exactly some big knightly building or anything. It's effectively it's the equivalent of a storeroom in a library. Not going to or a side room, but they do have a small building.
Hmm. But these reports of their arrivals and sudden loss of contact, I don't suppose there's been any incidents of missing persons or.
I don't roll in that part of the city, so I would not be able to. I don't have any direct information, but I could ask around, see if I can get in touch with anyone
Aye.
who does patrol that part of the city.
It would certainly help and get an understanding of who all may have come and not been seen. If there is something secretive going on.
Yes, absolutely. I would hate to think that a group of misguided scholars potentially damned and doomed the entire world.
No, that is certainly something that we hope to find answers to, and if it is true, be able to, well, prevent and forestall.
Yes. What is the other manner of your business?
And then I'm gonna look over at Lorenz real quick. Just uh, I I trust my dad with my life, so tell him anything you think is. Tell him everything if you think it's okay. But he's probably one of the few people I would say won't betray your trust in any way.
Not at PAX. Just kind of take a minute and then go into his backpack and pull out the symbol that we took from the uh I forget what his actual station was, but the Knight of Krell that we encountered in Kalint, the highest ranking one I've encountered to date, basically.
Yes, the Lieutenant Soran.
Lieutenant. I kept thinking corporal, and I knew that was wrong, but it was the word that was stuck in my head.
Understandable.
So yeah, taking the lieutenant's symbol of the Knights of Crow.
This belongs to an order of zealots, knights, whatever.
The Knights of Crow.
As he says it, and he says it as I say it, and my eyes Lawrence's eyes just gonna go wide.
Yes. What business have you with the Knights?
They're trying to kill me.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Can't have that.
They also threatened his family.
Ooh.
They haven't really done a good job of either so far, though.
They do get overeager in their work.
They
Anytime
are known here?
of a sort. They are a obviously well-trained regiment of knights in the city. So in times of unrest or great need, there are times when they are mobilized to help the city guard in whatever matters need doing. Though not under the name the Knights of Krell.
Do you mean
Oh, when they are needed in a public-facing capacity, they are referred to as uh, the Knights Guard.
yes, well, all the same. Made some mistakes in my life, and I'm working to correct them, but I can't correct them if they're trying to kill me all the time.
Yes, that is a problem. Absolutely. They are. You said zealot. Yes, they are very zealous in what they do. Is an issue at times when they are needed. Kind of brings. I don't mean to presume, but being a member of the city guard, I could entreat them for an audience of some kind. I don't know what your intentions with them are. Some kind of parlay.
As successful as the campaign has been thus far, I don't expect to kill an entire order of Knights Guard on my own, or with these fine people near me, inside of their own city where they are respected and wanted. Also some idea that they might be able to help me with what I need.
To be fair, I meant parlay, actual parlay, not guise of parlay to violent.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, I would like to parlay with them, even though I will confess that not some time ago I would have rather tried to kill them all and died for it. But here we are, and I've changed as a person.
That is called temperance, and it is a lesson that not many men learn before it is too late.
Yes.
But yes, tomorrow morning I will send word and get word for the Draconic Historians League and see if there's any disturbances there. I'll see what I can do for both of your goals. Potentially give you some starting options at the very least.
Ryan's question.
Hmm.
Will my presence complicate things?
From what I know, and I do not mean to speak over you, there are tieflings in their order. They are an order. I've heard one of them proselytize so many times, and every time I ignore them, and now I'm really kicking myself for that. They just babble on and on and on and never
They-
shut up.
No, they really do. We've killed most of them while they were talking.
Ugh.
Your son actually ripped one of their arms off before I could stab him in the throat. And he kept talking too.
This sounds entirely accurate on all fronts, actually. So, they've mentioned something about that goddess. Rattle.
They're a fucking mystery in the rest of the world, and it was a miracle that I learned that they are here.
They don't. Right, well, as I said, they go. The public facing is the nightly guard. So,
Hmm.
but yes, they even have their own headquarters in the city. Not hard to find, even.
That being all the same, then, if they have tieflings within their own order, then maybe I would like to have you along, Aslan, if nothing else. And if they decide to make a problem of it, then perhaps my temperance was misjudged and we died like madmen and heroes.
All I know
And
is
their guard can experience what? Look at Peglet. Your guard experienced.
yes. All I know is I would not want to be against your red whirling dervish over here.
Not a good time.
But that is things for tomorrow. For tonight, we can enjoy our time, our company, and have a little bit of fun. Tell me, come, tell me. Tell me all the stories my son won't tell me about your adventures.
I mean, I'm going to assume he told you about the being a werewolf thing.
Pax?
Pax honestly doesn't remember everything he's written in his letters because the letters are almost stream of consciousness.
I just the one thing I remember from the werewolf bit was that at one point when he first got the lycanthropic curse of just saying like, "We need to fix this. My mom will fucking kill me."
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Which, by the way, you're lucky I didn't tell her when last I saw her, so you're good there.
Oh, thank the gods, but man, that's gonna bite me in the ass.
She's
Not-
going to
not
find
if-
out.
That is almost how you got the problem.
Go on, as he stands up, leaves the yurt, and comes back with more armfuls of beer. No, actually just comes back with the ice chest and just right in the middle of
It
the
was an
yurt.
exaggeration. It was on the arm.
Aw. Well, that's less fun, but more reasonable. Pax, come here. Pops open a bottle cap off of Pax's tusk.
Ow.
But you're,
No, not even out. That's not uncommon.
That is a party trick we discovered we could do when he was much younger, and frankly, I've had fun doing it ever since.
Lawrence just nods, grabs a bottle, and fucking hooks the claw up under it before popping it that way.
Hey!
I suspect
Also-
their fathers would get along.
oh god, yes they would.
I didn't have a chance earlier. I am going to offer Dad a sip of the ale.
Ah, what is this?
I've mentioned it vaguely.
Oh,
But-
this is the thing.
Yeah.
Ah, but from him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
The sacred jungle juice.
Just takes a swig. Just it is mildly disappointing. I'm not going to lie.
There's a lot going on.
Yes, too many flavors all at once. Can't come up with a consistent flavor profile.
It's never going to have one.
Yes, I'm aware.
You would really get along well with my father. That's terrifying.
You're now picturing Pax and Soren out on a lake fishing together.
Kragan and Soren.
Yeah, sorry, of Kregan and Soren out on a lake fishing together with beer, swapping stories, and just being the best dads.
Now, true question. If they start singing sea shanties together, would Kragan be able to actually like sing along without getting terribly distracted by Soren's horrible singing?
He likes
Kregan has issues with any kind of massive vocal projection. Please remember the scar.
Right.
which I will say, if anyone asks, he doesn't answer about it.
I actually did want to take a look now that we're all kind of in this close and well lit environment. Does the line look clean or ragged?
There's some raggedness to it.
Ugh.
And I will say, Pax, it is the one story your father has never told you. He had it before you met him, and he has never once answered when you asked how he got it.
Maha knows to leave well enough alone and doesn't bring it up.
However, as you all while away the evening swapping stories and getting to learn a little bit about Pax's family, this is where we'll take our break for the evening, our halfway point break, and we'll come back, and when we kick off, it will be the next morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be back in, let's say about 15 minutes, top of the hour.
Sounds good.
All right.
Mhm.
And we'll see you guys soon.
That is a bot. Mm. I feel called out.
I just got back and heard you feel called out. What's up?
The thing Oro recently retweeted might be on your timeline.
Ah, yes, I I see. To be fair, I feel like that's a call out to like all of us.
Yes, probably.
God. And then speaking of puns, I just saw even Ty's retweet.
Oh yeah, I retweeted that.
God damn it.
You guys gotten all the stuff done in Rise that you wanted to before Sunbreak?
Mostly, I think. I completed the fights I really wanted to complete. I just like I think I've got the best choices for gun lance that are applicable for my builds, and hammers are really kind of not shit, but there's like 3 kinds of hammer. There's high raw, high affinity, and unga bunga negative affinity.
I think I'm mostly set. I think one of the only things I was really still trying to do was trying to farm up more talismans, but even that I'm not really sure I'm going to commit too hard to, because there's probably going to be new stuff going on with the talismans when
Oh yeah,
break
there's
drops.
almost certainly going to be uh, master rank talismans, or if nothing else, a melding that requires master rank materials.
Right. So yeah, I haven't really committed too hard on doing any of that stuff on account of that.
I would just recommend make sure that your Zenny is at an appreciable level so that you
Yeah.
can make initial master rank stuff.
Right. Yeah, I think I'd have to see. I think last I left off on doing my my mining runs, I think I left off at about 2.7 mil. I'd have to look to see if I have the that quest still available to do more.
Well, I mean that just also matters. Get the right upsurge
Hmm.
on an investigation. But
Yeah, because there's the one video I saw that I've been mirroring from Gaiden Hunter a while back for the Zenny farm for going through the flooded forest on a mining upsurge and following that route.
yeah,
And
that is a pretty small map.
yeah, like there's a very very clean route you can do that, depending on how lucky you get with Nova Crystal pulls. I think I was getting somewhere on the lines of like, I think it was, I want to say about 800,000 zenny per hour.
Oh, that's pretty crazy. And then
Yeah.
if you have the dongo that makes the nodes respawn faster, or is it long enough where you don't even need that?
Well, so you don't even want nodes to respawn for that run. What you do is you literally go in and run the full route, and as soon as you hit the last mining spot, you quit out. And if you've done enough, if you've done it fast enough, it'll have been less than 5 minutes. So
Oh, and
it
it won't
won't have
reset.
even refreshed the quest list. You'll be able to go in and do that same one again, still with the mining upsurge, and just keep
Gotcha.
repeating it. So yeah, it's just one of those things that once I figured out that route and got it down pretty well under memory, I just kind of would put on like a video or a podcast or something in the background so that I can just kind of get in the flow of doing the movements while having something else going.
And put on your magician talisman so that you'd have geologist.
God damn it.
uh, that one took me a second.
I haven't been doing any farming runs, and I'm sitting at like 1.8. But I think I also, if I check my bags, I probably have like 20 or something golden eggs.
Yeah, I've been selling off all my eggs when I get them, but let's get that. I've also, again with those mining runs, pretty much any of the ores that I have over 100 of, I've been selling off down to 100.
Yeah, if I really wanted to, I could sell off a bunch of stuff, and I'd probably break like 3 mil or something. But I don't mind having a, pardon the pun here, a bit of a nest egg of materials
Boo.
for emergencies down the line. And
Right.
right
Yeah.
now, basically, I'm just like farming quests and whatnot for the quote achievements.
I think
Right.
I'm over 1 million, but I also won't do the mining runs. I've just been like,
That's fair.
when I pop on, I'll just like do random, slightly lower level, like SOSs, and I almost always get a gold egg from them. So
Nice. Yeah.
Right.
if you do that and then you just like, people don't faint that often, you get like 7,000 from that, and then you can sell the egg and just like, it's your
Right.
rank, you get some material.
Right.
Good enough. As long as
Yeah.
you're because I haven't made nearly as much shit as you guys have. It's not like I have a lot of money going out compared to what's coming in. So
Right. Yeah.
I figure as long as you're over 1 million, you're probably fine for getting started when
Yeah.
Sunbreak drops.
the master rank will also give more
Right, but
money
just
and
having that initial investment so that you can make master rank weapons and armor,
yeah.
Rather quickly. Yeah.
Right.
because
Yeah,
that
I
and
remember
upgrading
seeing
them
that.
gets expensive. Wait,
Yeah.
I remember even with going into Iceborne that it was just very quickly like making that jump to master rank armor, because like I think even like base level master rank armor was basically on par with fully upgraded high rank armor.
Yeah.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah. But we return back to, excuse me, the session. Welcome back from the break, everyone. Hello, hello. You pick up actually late into the evening. We will actually start with Japit.
Okay.
As you are sleeping, you're visited by dreams. Dreams that are filled with a presence that you haven't felt actively since the deserts of Hosir. Your dreams this night are filled with a warm presence. A warm, friendly presence. You do not feel any hostility or any overbearing sense of dread or malice. The opposite, in fact, a very loving, warm feeling. It permeates your dream. No real words, no real proper any sort of message or anything like that. It is simply a very life affirming sensation that even as in your dreams, you face down terrors, the memories of fights in already encounters past, what may be hints of what is to come. You feel at peace. And maybe at peace is not necessarily the correct way to say it, but you feel like you're not alone, and not just in the sense of your companions. Like there is something behind you, in your corner, something more than your party, and even more than even Glinthatook. Aslan. As you require much less sleep than the rest of the party, due to your ring of sustenance, you are awake in the middle of the night, or maybe not necessarily the middle of the night. It is pre-dawn when you hear surprisingly quiet footsteps stepping past the yurt.
Aslan will step outside the yurt, assuming that Papa Pax is not in the yurt with us.
Right. No, at the end of the evening, he kind of saw himself off to his own bed. And as you step out, you see
Sorry, Papax.
uh,
Hmm.
as you step out of the yurt, you do see it is Cregan. In the full armor, the full city guard armor. And he looks over. Not one for sleep.
I do not require much.
Fair enough, I suppose. Half the city around here doesn't either, so I'm not terribly surprised. Feels like. Well, I'm off to start my day. Look
Are
after.
there any instructions for when we depart your house?
Lock the door behind you. Leave the key under the base of the vent.
Very well.
And look after him.
He gets into trouble. But more often than not cleans it up after himself.
Good.
And after our own troubles.
Good. Then I will worry a little less. He smiles, nods, goes to leave the to leave the home. And despite the armor that he is wearing, he is remarkably quiet as he leaves. Noticeably so in your mind.
As it'll go back in the yurt.
Okay. All right. And you all awaken the next day in the morning at about your usual time. In the familiar setting, though it has been a little while, of the yurt. Although, admittedly, as you step out of the yurt, it is not the wilderness. It is, in fact,
Stone walls.
yes, a home.
Yeah, Ma probably wakes up, but still spends a decent bit of time awake, but just still laying in his bedroll. Just doesn't really move around or toss and turn or say much, just kind of lays there.
Okay. And the rest of you are waking up. Anyone wishing to do anything specific, out of the ordinary?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. Just kind of noticed that Kurgan is not in the home.
Mm-hmm.
He starts early.
As far back as I can remember.
He departed a little while ago.
I guess we're free to explore again. I mean, I can't imagine he's going to have any information for us before lunchtime ish.
Yeah, but we should make ourselves available in some way. He did say he'd be getting information for us today if he could.
It is, as you awaken, by the way, fairly chilly as you step out of the home. It is definitely like almost freezing. It is winter on a uh fairly tundra-like area, geographically speaking. Especially right next to the ocean.
Yeah.
Right.
If there's a place to build a fire in the place before we leave, or while we're coming to our decision, yeah, gonna do that.
There's not actually, you notice, there's no fireplace here.
Gonna leave it be at that then.
Zendros looking around, just, well, what should we do? What should we look into first?
I think looking into the Draconic Historians might be a little easier if they have a whole goddamned office.
Well,
Also, less likely to provoke a reaction from higher ups in an official capacity.
that, and also, I get the feeling that making ourselves known to the Knights of Krell before Kragan has had the chance to try and set up anything would go over poorly.
Excuse me.
So, leave, if at all possible, if we try and locate the office for the Historians League, perhaps try and make sure we keep an eye out and steer clear of any symbols of the Knights of Krell until Reagan has had the chance to potentially establish a meeting.
One more time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd suggest if we do try and find these offices of the Historians League, we still keep an eye out for and try to avoid any symbols of the Knights of Krell, so as not to disturb matters before Kragan's had the chance to propose a parley of sorts.
Absolutely.
Do you still have that cloak, Lorenz?
Fef has it.
Which Fef would be in the middle of strapping on all the bandoliers and bags and what, so he's just gonna hold it out.
The greater effect that I purchased it for only lasts for an hour. We'll have much more than an hour in the city. And they've definitely found me without having to really see my face. We're here. It's a risk we take.
Mhm.
Suddenly, very intense battle music out of nowhere.
Well, I suppose if we want to get looking for the Historians League, I forget. Did Kragan said if it was actually like attached to the library as like a side room or office, or just that it was comparable to like the storeroom of a library?
It's just comparable. It's not like actually
Hmm.
in the library. It's a small hole in the fucking wall.
Okay. Well, we could go looking for ourselves, or potentially ask around, though if there is some matter of them being secretive and hearing that there's people trying to find them, that may cause complications. Then again, then being approached by the city guard for folks looking for them may also bring those same complications. Hmm.
To be fair, Dad's a lot more subtle than I am. So he could probably swing it that they don't get suspicious.
I suppose here's hoping. Still, do you want to see if we can't find sight of their offices, or simply wait for his return?
Probably be good to know at least where it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing says we have to approach them.
Right, but knowing where their front door is usually a good idea.
Well, I suppose we may as well start to try and find where any of the scholars and historians and such would actually be. Not familiar with the city, so I don't know if there is an academic district or campus or anything of the sort.
This isn't my city, unfortunately.
Suppose there's always the city watch task. If anyone would know the streets, it'd be them.
True.
So I suppose we'll head out and listen for the armor.
It does not take long, to be honest. You head out and it's fairly easy, you know. Couple minutes basically of just walking around um the neighborhood. Eventually, you do find a you hear the clanking that you take to mean or to symbolize the city guard. And you follow the noise, and sure enough, there's a patrol of two just kind of going along, chatting around, um, helping, just making sure, seeing how things are going and whatnot.
Mal will be the one to approach. Just raise a hand and just beg pardon a moment.
Ah, yes, citizen. Oh, can I help?
I was wondering, I'm rather new to the city. Is there any particular place for academics and scholars within here?
Well, there's the um city library, um, where many fine books are available. You could tell, by the way, from the interaction, you don't even need a roll. This man has never seen the inside of a library, let alone this library. Um, they have good books there, I've been told. His partner, meanwhile, just yes. If you're more of a scholarly type, both of them, by the way, are orcs. And if you're more of a scholarly type, there's the library. It is it. We're not by any means. We're not the Devarian capital city, but we don't have any grand sweeping resource depository. But there might be some things you're looking for there. Most of the books are focused on military history, military strategy, things of that nature.
Let's see. And are there any sort of historical societies in here?
Well, there are a few. There is Ildithween. I hesitate to call them a tourism board, but the local guide, I believe, would be the correct term that they would prefer. If you would like that kind of thing. There are the offices of the Draconic Historians League if you're looking more for the kind of to learn more about the recent uptick in certain activity throughout the region. There's the Fisherman's Historian League. It's odd.
How so?
Because they're not really historians, but they're not really fishermen either. They're just, no, it's that they are fishermen. Have you ever just been out on a boat with fishermen before, and then they get 5 beers deep, and they start talking about the good old days?
I have not, but I do see where this is going.
It's that kind of historians league.
Reminiscence. Understood.
Wow. You're the one who said that, Citizen, not me. Never mind that there's not a person there that wasn't born within.
About that Draconic Historians League, where would we find their offices by chance?
Oh, they're on the western side of the city, actually. Not far from the elevators that lead down to the docks.
Excellent. May have to pay them a visit. Thank you, sirs.
Of course. Happy to help. Certainly, gods know. Many people have been looking for answers and explanation.
Certainly something that could direly be used.
Yes, absolutely. Huh? Have a good day.
Take care.
And you as well. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything.
Understood. Just gonna turn and walk back to the group. Well, looks like we're heading west.
Zandros, by the way, you realize that was a woman, yes?
Gonna reach for Feth's bottle of hooch.
Oh no!
No contest. Go ahead.
Oh no!
Just gonna drink the shame and embarrassment away real quick.
Yep. It's okay. It's okay. Totally. You nailed it.
Yeah, just
To be fair, though, and I will say this in your defense, the armor itself, being proper armor, is very unisex.
right.
Especially with the helmet on, it's very hard to tell who features any sort of descriptors underneath all that armor. So, like,
Which is both for protection and I imagine also the point.
yes,
Right.
I hesitate to say like stormtrooper vibes, but like,
It's kind of stormtroopery.
Very, very uniform.
Yes.
Like, I'm guessing part of the idea is that you don't have a favorite. You're willing to go to any of them because they're technically interchangeable and they'll all do the exact same thing to help.
That, but also, proper armor is just like that.
Yeah.
Cover
We
all.
wouldn't know anything about that.
Look, as much as I personally like boob plate is not
Practical.
no, and in fact is antithetical.
Yeah. Mahai taking the swig and reaching it back out to Fef. Yeah. Just takes it and catches himself coughing a bit as he starts speaking again. Just they're off. Ugh. Offices are out west by the elevators to the docks. God, what do you put in that stuff? Never mind. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
I was gonna say, like, isn't unironically the bottle of hooch getting to be about the point as the sacred jungle juice in terms of like shit that has entered that bottle?
Yeah, just not blessed.
So, like, worse objectively.
Yeah, that is the abomination bottle. The abomination.
You know, fucking Pax has the holy jungle juice. Beth has the demonic. I had something clever and then it died in my brain. Like most things.
It's like, God, I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think of what would be a bastardization of like Long Island iced tea.
Just a Long Island iced tea.
Like, worse.
Fucking Manhattan bong water.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No,
Duvari
that's a Long Island iced tea and a
Duvarian
Camel
lake
Back
water.
with Everclear and Gatorade.
Duvarian lake water.
A Long Island iced tea.
Oh,
Everclear Gatorade.
God.
Hey everyone, who wants to have an AMF?
That's what it is. Like Fef is in possession of a bottle of Adios, motherfucker, that somehow just keeps getting worse.
Yeah. Yeah, actually though. No, I'm gonna say it. No, that's actually canon. Theft just has a bottle of AMF. And like it started blue and now it's radioactive blue.
Oh,
And no one's
God.
sure why or what radioactive is.
Yes, and possibly actually radioactive.
Possibly.
we're getting real close to it actually just being Nuka-Cola Quantum.
Fuck.
Now with 25% more plutonium.
Hey.
Hey. See,
Good.
that's how they justify the uptick in price. You know, you get that more plutonium.
It's good for your body. It's high in calories. It means it's a dietary supplement as well.
Plutonium. It's what plants crave.
You fucking beat me to it, son of a bitch.
You can also put it in your DeLorean to time travel.
It's true.
Too ill.
You can also put it in you to time travel, but we won't get into all that.
but in the wrong direction.
Very wrong direction.
Oh god.
In the direction of no.
One just time travels you to jail.
That's not time travel.
It is when you wake up in jail tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh god.
I mean, technically, we're all constantly time traveling.
Yeah.
And by the way, if asked, the word adios is dwarvish.
Oh, don't tell me that.
But the dwarves say it's elvish.
Yeah, but the dwarves say it's elvish, and the elves say it's draconic. So, like,
Look, I'm just
And
saying.
the elves don't sully themselves with such crass words.
Don't make me make anvil in Pathfinder.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, that
Oh,
was
that looked like it hurt.
that almost came out my nose. Like I felt my sinuses light with alcohol. Oh,
On the plus side, I mean, that would have really cleared him out.
Oh yeah.
oh, yeah. That is not a comfortable feeling. Sorry. Fuck you.
So, off west.
Oh, yes, to the western part of the city. Damn. You head along, taking various routes. High road, low road, whatever really is applicable at the time. And it's a good way to really see the city for all it's very militaristic in origin and design. Um, and but at the same time, especially as you get as you guys are on your way to the western part of the city, you are passing through markets and whatnot, and you can feel there's definitely a very I hesitate to say this because it feels almost like a cop out or like a tell don't show, but you definitely get like people here are proud of their culture. There is a deep and rich heritage that the founders of Ildithween are proud of and have cultivated through the generations and have never once shied away from. It is a loving blend of orcish and elvish society. And as you are going through the markets, it is almost in a way reminiscent of your time in Alhax, uh, from the aromas that come up from various different stalls in the market. You are able to however, these spices, when smelled too hard, hurt. It's the spicy air.
What spicy?
I was gonna say, like, as we start getting whiffs of this, after the first round of coughing from Maha, he's just, wasn't there the, what was the name, Rosie
Yes.
that Kragan told us to find?
Yes.
I suppose we could stop to try and get that while we're on our way, if she's around here.
Maybe one of you could go.
I was like, what?
Go for the
What's the
spices.
issue? Just why? Weren't you the one that wanted them?
The description he was given made it seem like the woman would probably eat him alive.
In ways that she would declare fun, but I am fucking terrible at dealing with women who are attempting to make advances at me. I want no part, and I don't know how to get them to stop.
Ah,
He looks like a fucking child right now in terms of just like
I don't know how to interact with this kind of a person. Please help.
Loren's also known as the awkward gay.
The awkward all the time, anytime person, but yes, especially in this case.
Perhaps we could just have like a shipment mailed to my family or sent to my family, and
Well, we'd still have to find the woman first.
yes, that we can do. Yes.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So you're looking for Rosie. Okay.
Because if we want to try and ask around to see like which stall would be hers,
Yeah. Give me
That-
diplomacy checks
okay.
if you would like to try and search around and see if you can't find.
Yeah.
Okay. Lorenz, are you?
Yeah, I was typing real quick.
Yes, I can tell.
I would assume Lorenz is probably only asking the the male stall vendors to avoid the chance that asking for. Do you know of a Rosie?
No,
You're
no,
looking at her.
yeah, right. No, he does ask everybody, just kind of like if he finds her, he finds her. If you're gonna if you're gonna check for quicksand, you can do it with your face. You'll be fine.
Incorrect.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fair.
That tracks. No, this lines up actually.
Yeah, diplomacy's not my strong suit.
Uh, now with especially with Mahajapit and his ability to really just butter people up, and get on their good side fairly easily.
smooth talking.
Uh, yes, I did just make you a jingle. Yeah, Maha, you're able to fairly easily find your way, especially with the descriptors of elf-loving orc woman named Rosie. You discover she's something of a regional celebrity.
Oh no. Well, I feel like if those specific words get used at any point, Ma's gonna perk up and just do tell, please.
She is well known for her love of elfmen. Elves. Elves. And yet never can quite seem to keep one tied down.
How figurative is that statement?
I would love to say entirely, but from the rumors I have heard, that
Oh,
being
there's a
said, he does have some of the best spices in the market. I can't deny that.
So I have heard.
Just, tread carefully. Well, you don't need to, but your friend over there, your friends, look at you pointing to Zendros and Lorenz both.
Uh, see if we can keep them at arm's length.
And maybe. And she kind of motions towards Aslan. Maybe. Looks at Pax.
I've got natural defenses.
That's what my first husband said. I miss him. I remember back in my day when we went to the old armor hop together when we were courting.
Lorenz has been stun locked.
You ever seen someone flashbang by words before? Why did I? Why did I Google?
I'm sorry. What?
I was trying to Google sock hop, and instead was an idiot and just Googled armor hop like that was gonna bring something up. It didn't, by the way. What it did bring up was, did you mean armor shop?
Well then.
TJ took
You
the brain.
chose this.
TJ took the brain cell for a bit, and I would like to request it back.
Too bad you lit the brain cell on fucking fire before handing it to me.
Yeah, give it a Viking funeral on the way to him.
Jesus, bud.
If I can't have it, nobody can.
I didn't even want it. You're the one who said some off-color shit like armor hop.
My stupidity is fun, socially acceptable.
Oh god, we're not going back to this again. No. No.
We legally advised to not go back to this again.
Yes.
Family friendly. Family friendly. Oh god. But if they've given us the general of where she is or who to look for, then I guess we'll try and search out her stall then.
Okay. It's not hard to find the orc woman known as Rosie.
Please tell me she's already in the middle of advances on some.
No, she is not. However, she is 6'9" with shock red hair that is just wildly.
Hold on, I need to know.
That's why her name is Rosie.
Just wild red mane of hair. Deep emerald green skin. Fairly pronounced tusks for an orc. With and I cannot stress this enough. Truly ludicrous amounts of spices for sale.
Not where I thought you were going with that.
Thought we were
Enormous
still sticking with the
tracts of
physical.
land.
Yeah,
Enormous
I have no defense. Yeah, that's what I thought was about to happen.
Yeah.
tracts of land, and she's got a big, healthy backstory.
She's got great,
From-
huge barrels of spices. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like even I know it's a euphemism, but I feel like with what we've heard, I don't think there's anything healthy about this backstory.
No.
Oh, it's healthy in a way.
Her plot has really thickened.
Yeah. Cardio is healthy.
Cold peanut butter.
Oh, thick.
Of course, in the middle of all this, a part of me just wanted to go, and she has amazing breasts.
That would have been like just the cherry. Just,
God. Like,
No, that's
thick,
long gone.
thick, and it's spelled with like 7 Q's.
You put an umlaut over one of those motherfuckers. It doesn't really mean anything, but it feels good.
Warden, you get a hero point for that comment.
Nice. I like Pathfinder with Jake. Innuendo gets you hero point.
Oh God.
Yes, but who will be approaching first? It's not hard to spot her. Literally towers over everyone around. You also notice most of the other stall vendors around are elves.
Mm.
This feels like a choice, and I don't know by whom.
Well, you know how like some birds help hippos out because they get food out of it.
Oh.
I feel like finding her. Ma's just gonna walk around the group for a sec and just give a shove at Lorenz's back and just go get her, Tiger.
Oh yeah, no, not expect. He's like, he's trying to like fortify to height to like. I'm gonna take responsibility. I'm not gonna be this stupid. It's just a social especially coming from like the knee thigh area.
You're
Yeah,
right.
hella
Because
not
like Ma
expecting
is
that.
literally half Lorenz's height.
Right, so just no, not a chance that he sees that coming.
Like, I mean,
It's
at most, it's at the base of the spine. Is the
Right.
highest he'd really be reaching for a
probably
good shove.
would have expected it out of Aslan.
Like like a falcon locking on to a rabbit in the middle of a field.
This is a terrible description.
And yet I feel like it is 100% accurate to what is about to unfold.
Like a falcon that locks onto the side of a rabbit a quarter of a mile away in a field. Rosie's head and eyes lock onto Lorenz as he is pushed and stumbled, and his armor as he catches himself.
Ma, just as soon as like the shove happened, just
Choir boy. Oh, hello.
Hello. You are Rosie, yes?
Yeah. Who are you?
Internally scared.
Maha, I need you to get a hero. I'm going to give you a hero point.
Please don't break my bones.
oh God.
Only your pelvis.
And those are bones.
Not what she's done with them.
Oh no. Bone meal.
Oh, you can spread that on plants and it'll make them grow better.
That's my crack.
Nothing's making that wood grow back once she's done.
Oh,
oh no.
Lawrence.
That's cute name.
Thank you. I have only just been in town as of yesterday and have been introduced to the spices of the region.
Fresh. Into town.
like seeing this unfold, and just the smile is starting to falter a little as he
It's like, oh,
realizes
no, I
what
really-
he's done. Just okay, I may have gone.
oh no, I did it to him.
My family owns a bar in Duver,
From the big city, yeah. Family?
Yes, my mother and father
Oh,
and siblings.
that kind of. Oh, yeah. I can show you many spices.
Why am I having a panic attack?
DM aggressively flirts with own significant other. Significant other.
This is yes, I would like to know more about the spices and potentially have some bulk of it sent to my family.
Yeah, I can teach you about many spices. You're very pretty.
Thank you. You are a very handsome woman.
I am very delicate.
I have no doubt about that. Uh, parcel of your trade, I am sure.
Yeah. Let me teach you about this spice. I have named it cumin.
Can we do that here? People can. Ma'am, I have heard some things about you. I will be entirely honest, and while I do not care for the impact it may have upon your reputation, I do need you to know that it doesn't work that way with me.
I can bottom.
No, not what I mean.
I'm just gonna walk up and hand Lorenz the whistle I've been holding on to for like the last 40 campaign sessions.
Just uses prestidigitation to make a very soft wind to blow through it.
Pax, I'm gonna give you a hero point.
Y'all motherfuckers are welcome.
No, that's not what I mean. Not interested in women.
Oh, I can do that too.
No, I assure you, you cannot.
I can.
No. Mm.
I'm actually gonna walk up next to Lorenz now. It's not that you're not attractive. My friend is in a committed relationship.
Oh. Many blessings to you.
Thank you.
Would you like to know more about my spices?
Yes, please. That is entirely why I am here, and I am sorry to have given you any other opinions of why I was here.
It is fine, cute elf man.
Good enough.
Yeah. And after that, there is a
New deity packs on Lorenz's character sheet.
It's just new deity Pax, and then for the little symbol, it's just Pax's fucking like character sheet symbol, like his portrait. Just
No, it's the whistle.
After much surprise, Lorenz, give me diplomacy.
Oh no.
You get a very good price for a bulk shipment at the Roseway Tavern. After about 15 minutes of negotiation.
Cool.
Yes. And as you walk away, you hear, I love to watch you walk away. Though I hate to see you go.
Just keeps walking. He there's no like clever way or anything. He just
Yeah, shake it.
Ma finally catches up and is just, all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah, no, this is fine. Everything is fine.
Lorenz, we're putting up with my bullshit. You may have a hero point.
Yay! I would like to hear a whole point. Am I breathing?
I just put you guys through a lot. Or no, I put TJ through a lot. You guys all facilitated what just happened.
This is painfully awkward. And like I haven't had a chance to flex that because we've been in like shady deals and like talking about backroom stuff, and this is where and then Lorenz has to deal with somebody who's moderately interested in how attractive he is, and he goes, I'm about it. So have a seat if I happen.
Xavier, meanwhile, just what the fuck?
It's what happened with him too. The fuck you mean?
It's true. Yeah. That was super awkward. Book nerd being
Yeah.
adorably awkward at other book nerd.
College is a weird time, yo.
No comment. But as
something magnum cum laude.
Must fight. Leaving the markets, you make your way. In the general location, getting some direction from people who are from this part of the city. And you do find yourselves in front of a building, fairly plainly decorated, but there's a sign hanging up front. It says that is the Draconic Historians League headquarters, Ildithween branch.
And the size of the place.
Not like when I'm gonna say something, and you all are going to know exactly what I mean the moment I say it, but it is not exactly a good way to phrase it. You as people have seen bigger hole-in-the-wall Chinese food restaurants than this building.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Chinese, but my favorite place around here is called G's Top 5 Thai. If you're ever in Downriver, Michigan, I do recommend.
Oh my god, I miss G's. Anyway, sorry.
We noted.
Noted. Yes.
The Thai place here in my town, Jack and Jin's. That's fantastic.
We need
G
to
sponsor us.
look. If we could get a Thai food sponsor, I'd be in for that.
No,
Actually,
hold on. G, like the owner, actually loves like us, like our group of friends, and she actually, I follow her restaurant, and she follows my stream page back from my like Phelan Greenleaf Lord High Commander page.
Ayo, can we get fucking sponsored by Thai food?
That's what I'm saying.
Look, she invited us to her goddamn birthday.
She's really very sweet.
Bet.
Yeah.
That's actually genuinely very lovely. To break professionalism for a second, what little professionalism there is, that's lovely.
I was gonna say, like, hold on. I don't know if professionalism belongs in the same sentence as us. Like,
Not for
example of what we're
Pathfinder.
not.
Definitely not for Pathfinder.
like this particular group of 6/7 chuckle fucks.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah. So you find yourselves outside of the headquarters of the Chronic Historians League, and I do want to say, how comfortable are people staying late or going late tonight? So I know it is our usual wrap up time, but we started late. But there's some stuff we could get to tonight.
I'm good to keep going, but I'm on vacation now, so
I just don't know if anyone has plans for tomorrow.
My time is literally worthless.
I'm primarily, admittedly concerned about right. I'm primarily concerned for you, Warden.
Why?
I don't know if you have anything planned for tomorrow. And admittedly,
I
also,
wanted to say something really dark.
fair. Look, I could potentially make the darkest comment out of everyone here, but
Are we doing this?
no,
No,
we're not.
Let's not. Again, just we
That-
need to not go back to that.
We can do
kind
that when we're off stream, I assure you. We can all share stories about how dark we can get about Father's Day. Trust me.
I mean, I'm on a 3-day weekend, so.
Same. Let's fucking go. 3-day
Yes,
weekend.
I had to remind Jake last weekend that he didn't have to worry about getting called in.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
middle of the weekend.
We were in the parking lot to the Hy-Vee, and he literally like stopped walking, stared at his phone. I had to pull him back towards the car so he could have this like full-on moment.
Oof. Oh.
I worked a lot of jobs that don't give a shit about my time.
Yeah. I'm good with going a bit later.
Okay. I'll try not to, of course, keep us up until 2 a.m. again. But there's some stuff we can get to tonight. You know.
Right.
I'm sure that's fine. But yes, you are outside the office of the Draconic Historians League. Oh, excuse me.
I guess just taking a glance around, does there appear to be anyone like milling about outside or any kind of like windows inside or
No, and for the most part, actually, you have noticed there's really a lack of windows just in the architecture here. A majority of the buildings do not have windows.
That tracks.
yeah, no, with Fortress City effectively, no, that I can see that, yeah.
You've seen some from a distance from like what you assume to be higher, like upper crust buildings or fancier, richer homes or something. But for the buildings you have been around, no, you've definitely noticed that there's a lack of windows.
When you say that, do you mean any openings at all, or are we talking about like actual windows?
No,
Like,
any
there
opening whatsoever.
There are arrow slits?
No, just any opening whatsoever.
Okay.
No.
Because I can absolutely see like every building having like 2 arrow slits for crossbowmen.
Right. You look tempting, but they don't roll that hard. I'll say that.
Okay.
But
Like
no.
these streets of Indiana Jones trap.
Look. Give it like 5 years when guns are introduced to this region.
Oh no.
Whoops.
Lorenz.
I'm not apologizing.
Just damn. And you thought invading America was going to be bad. Mixed with damn, you thought the Troubles were bad.
Woof.
Hey guys, the folks from Ildithween, that dude from Ildithween just sold me his carriage.
There's a piece of wormite on the bottom that's charged with a fucking 8th level fireball.
Oh.
Hmm.
So about getting dark.
Hey, you know what? We're about fantasy racism here, not about real world parental failures. or just mortality. Hey, so yes, the Chronic Historians League. Y'all outside of it, but no. There's no outside of the sign. There's no markings. There's no special anything. And you notice even that there is a lack of people around. You're not sure if it's just because the foot traffic just happens to not go near this building, or if people are keeping a wide berth. You're not sure on that. It's just you're kind of the only ones here.
Yeah, I think Ma would take note of this and just look around to see, just trying to get an eye on if there's any other foot traffic like off in the distance, just in eye shot, or if it's just completely like quiet on this part of town.
You could definitely hear like there's definitely like, because you're not that far off of the market square, as it were. There is some foot traffic, but it's not a lot, honestly. Like people kind of just like keep going through this.
Right. And I remember we were told that this was over fairly near to where the elevator for the docks were, yes? Or is that like just this more
Yes.
so just this like kind of quadrant of town, or is it actually fairly close? Like, is
Ve-
that something that we see?
It's you were told it was fairly close, but you don't really know what you're looking for in that regard, I will say.
Okay.
Um you were told the elevator was nearby. Not really sure where.
Right.
It's not an obvious thing.
Okay. Yeah. Just looking about and just trying to see and piece this out for a second. Just for a spot that's supposed to be near the dock entrance, this is quiet. Maybe it's best we move along.
Maybe. But it's good to know this is here
Alright.
and in a quiet part of town.
Mal turn to start walking away first, and I'll just give the way for others to head back around towards the market square. Just like spare a glance back towards the building, just to see if there's anyone that walks in or out for the few seconds we're walking away, or just anything.
Don't detect any movement whatsoever, actually.
Okay.
And it's at this point, even as you guys are walking away, Zendros just that gave me a bad vibe.
Just
Just I don't know, something back here. Bad vibe.
I'm a little off put by it as well.
Could I roll a perception check to see if that level of avoidance for the area has like a limit or if it's natural?
Yeah, I'd allow that.
Is I wouldn't suppose I could roll streetwise just to see like why people would avoid a place like this in terms of what I know.
You can at least roll streetwise. I'll give you that.
Okay.
And depending on how well you roll, we'll see what you kind of suss out.
Yeah.
So Pax, you're doing the perception just to like see if there's any if it's like an intentional wide berth or if it's just incidental.
Yeah, because I don't have any of the
I'm actually gonna use my
magic.
extra hero point on that.
Okay. What was that, Pax?
I got none of the magic-y things that would let me roll to see if it was like.
Right. Damn!
Ooh-wee.
Good hero point. Hacks, from what you discover, from what you not necessarily discover, but from what you can kind of tell, just from like basically posting up at the end of the street, just kind of watching. A lot of people, when they do come down that way, walk pretty quick. You just kind of the power walk until a certain point, and then they kind of relax.
Does it seem like they're doing it of their own volition, or is
Yes.
it okay?
Now, for you, Lorenz, with a critical 35, a nat 20 into a 35, much like Zendros, you, and this isn't necessarily even something that your streetwise would necessarily ping, but it's something that there's something about this street and that building that brings one part of your mind back to when you were 6.
Mm. There are places you just don't go.
There are places that just feel wrong,
Right.
that feel more empty than they should. And you can tell that this is a recent development. Because you can tell that there are these signs of beggars that were here and are here no longer.
No, he's too curious. I'm gonna blow it. Just kind of Lorenz just stops in the street and stares at the building for a while, and then pulls his shield up onto his arm
Okay.
and goes for the door.
Ma sees Lorenz stop as he's been walking because he hears like his armor stop clinking, and then just turns around at first. Just is something the matter? Whoa! What's going?
Fef's just gonna start rolling them shoulders, get limber. I don't know what's going on, but people will get punched if needed.
There should be people here. There are signs that people were here, but are not anymore. This place is not just vacant, it is empty.
And you open the door?
Is there any magic?
I don't think it's magic. I don't think that it was just the historical society that either they happened or something happened to them. It's a completely gut feeling, and you don't have to let me act on it, but I'm getting that vibe. And looking towards Zendros too, and then back to Maha.
Well, if we're going to go on this, let's take a moment to reason this out. And Ma, as we're getting close to the building, before Lorenz goes for the door,
Mhm.
going to cast detect magic.
Yeah, at this point, the moment people are with me, I slow my pace to match the party, basically.
Okay.
So yeah, I'd say when we're within like 10 feet of the door, I'm
Okay.
going to cast that.
All right, let me think here. That's a cantrip level 5. You do not detect any magic, assuming, of course, you are ignoring the magic of your party.
Yeah, ignoring everything on the party.
You do not detect any magic in the area.
Doesn't seem to be.
Actually, I'm going to
anything.
retract that. You do ping some magic inside of the building.
I was gonna say it would be really weird if the dragon, like the Draconic Historic Society, didn't have at least some minor magic items for just convenience sake. That shit was about to be alarming.
Still kind of is.
You sense a singular source of magic. And give me a moment because it is heightened, of course. I will get you the
The school and pinpoint the 5-foot
Yes.
cube that it's within.
it is divination is the school. And it is about 20 feet from the front door. Straight ahead.
So Ma just holds up his hand and closes his eyes for a moment to try and reach out and feel for this. And after a moment, when he gets this sense for it, he just points straight to the door and just not on the door, but a good ways about 20 feet beyond it. There's something of divination. Be it. It's hard to say what it may be. It could be something for scrying, it could be an alarm of some sort.
Why not both?
There's
Why not one triggering into the other?
so read aura costs cast. Oh my god, read aura takes 1 minute to cast.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any particular way I could sort of have the spell on cast and then be opening the door as it finishes, basically? Because it casts for a minute, but it only lasts like instantly. And he told me where the object is vaguely. It's 20 feet in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Read aura has a 30-foot range, so I know there's an object there,
Mm-hmm.
and basically just trying to.
I suppose also with it being like that sort of cube, is it like directly like roughly on level with me in there, or is it like raised up?
It is roughly actually about eye level with you, Maha. And I will
Okay.
say no, TJ, no, Lorenz, because you specifically have to focus on a target object. Not
No, that's fine. I just wanted to ask.
Mm-hmm. Right. Read aura is you have a thing in your hand that you're trying to.
Yeah. Again, I just wanted to
Yeah.
run that one by.
Yeah.
No. Okay then. So keeping in mind that it's there though, shield up and pulling the door as is necessary, provided it's not locked.
Okay. You push the door open. A little bell rings above the door as you enter. And standing there in front of you is an elf in the robes of that Maha you are somewhat familiar with, of the Draconic Historians League that you spoke with in Alhax. And he just
Were
kind
they
of
actually in Good
yeah, good great. Yes, sorry, good great.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, it was when we were in Alhax. I sent a message to them.
yes,
but yeah,
back in
met
good great.
them in-
Yeah. You're right.
Met them in Good.
Yes, thank you for the correction. And he just kind of, hello, welcome to the Draconic Historians League.
My name's Avina.
Oh god. Just kind of like
See.
and lowering the guard physically while also trying to like look over this elf's shoulders into the space behind them.
You see a door behind them. The area is set up. It's like a lobby for about 15 feet. The counter, the elf, about 5 feet behind them, and then a door. And that is it.
Okay.
And it is just wide enough for you guys to stand 3 people shoulder to shoulder. Wide.
I'm gonna step in and step to the side to let the rest of the party in the door.
Wow! Lots of people today!
Not a lot of people outside.
I know! Isn't it weird?
Can I do the equivalent of sense motive, please?
It's called
Yeah.
sense motive.
It is called sense motive. I believe it is a diplomacy check.
I thought it was perception.
Is it?
against-
It very well could be.
Let's see. Hold on.
Also, remember, I'm old. Sense motive used to be its own actual seal.
It used to be, yes. Yeah, sense motive. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's perception. So give me a blind GM perception check, if you will, Dave.
Maha would also
Yeah, absolutely.
be trying to get a feel on this because this.
Yeah, Lorenz is skeeved out, but he's definitely not like as socially intelligent as some of these folk.
Maha, you definitely can tell that this creature, that this elf is not exactly behaving normally. Beth, this elf in front of you is bristling with anxiety and nervousness. That is a very thin layer of anxiety and nervousness over a lot of very potential hostility.
Yeah. I'm just gonna sort of nudge Lorenz in the back and sort of make a couple like questioning gesture towards the door.
How can I help you?
Which door? The one we came in, or the one
Yes,
behind
the one we came in.
Is
A
this
very
elf
subtle attempt at we should leave.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping the door open.
Is this elf in the right place to have been the target of that detect magic? Like physically?
Yes.
Can I roll a knowledge arcana on a guess of a spell?
Maybe.
I have a feeling it's a like out of game. I have a feeling it's a disguise spell of some sort, obviously, but I can't remember if it's divination or not. And I do have training in arcana, so Fef might remember, might not.
You can roll me an arcana check at the very least.
I would say with Maha having been the one to actually cast and ping and locate that source of magic, would I also be able to?
Yes. Even with those rolls, you can tell you know it's not any sort of disguise spell.
Okay.
Or at least that's the sense you get. Outside of that, you're not sure. You're not sure what the source is. You're not sure what it is exactly. Just that it's not disguise of any kind. Can I help you learn about anything?
Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself first?
Oh, I'm just a humble historian, learning about the dragons and the roles that they had on our society uh, in ancient times.
I'm giving Maha a look, but like I said, I am like keeping the door open. Like I pushed it open and then stepped aside, but I've got it like my back is to the door.
Right. Sure is chilly out there today, isn't it?
Quite, though I've seen worse.
Haha, yeah.
With the research you do for the dragons of ancient history, has there been anything you found about the dragons today?
Today? No.
I feel like it's a bit plain to see, but I'm gonna perception that sense motive on it.
You realize that your sense motive it is he is not lying in that you gave opening for a verbal loophole in your wording. He has not learned anything about the dragons this day.
What have you people learned about the current dragon problem that it seems Ilduthween is suffering?
Oh, we don't have any problems here in Ilduthween. Now, the continent as a whole, it certainly is troubling times.
I love Ginseng Corp. Did you catch the latest Blood Bowl game?
I feel like we're talking to a Johnny Cab.
Yes.
How are
but
the wife and kids doing? You catch the game last night?
Shadowrun story time making me nervous.
Oh, yes, we're aware of Taka.
No. But yeah,
I'm sure everything will work out just fine.
Would we is this a accessible archive of information and library?
I'm afraid we don't have any books at the moment.
Oh, so where'd they go?
As you can see, we're a little short on space right now.
But you had the space for books elsewhere.
At a different branch. Not here in Ilduthween.
Oh, which branch?
You may be interested in our Duvarian branch. At the capital
Okay,
city.
Nope, backing out. Not actually, but the you may be interested is.
yeah, right. Kind of like. I don't like the Wayland Yutani androids. I'm giving
What a
I'm giving,
regular working Joe.
right. I'm gonna give those were Sevastopol.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're fucking garbage. Yeah, I'm gonna give Maha just kind of like a look that tilts my head that tilts my head to the door, but my eyes dart to the elf. Basically, a stay or go. It's your call.
Looks to Lorenzen, gives a nod, and says, "Well, sorry if we bothered you with suddenly barging in. We'll be on our way now."
Well, you have a nice day.
And you as well. Now, let's get on.
Stay warm.
You too.
Ironically, when we're far away enough from the door, I'm just gonna lean in and like, I think we should burn that building down. Like the most serious arson ever suggested by Fef.
Fef without a hint of irony or amusement.
Right. And Ma's just, I cannot believe that I am saying this, but I'm not inclined to disagree. But we have things we need to find out first.
All I know is that elf is not an elf.
What do you mean?
Felt off. Real weird. Real angry.
You could tell he was very standoffish on trying to not really answer anything, but
Also, out of game, the funny part with this is Fef is actually an Elfbane hobgoblin.
Nice.
Everything felt wrong there. I don't like it.
well, Lorenz, I think your intuition was certainly right. I'm still not sure why any of this is the way it is.
Zindros kind of sniffing the air. Just anyone else realize something? Or smell the air in there?
No.
Don't think I did.
He kind of steps back inside. Just very, very casually. And you hear, "Hey, I forgot to ask you something." I'm gonna roll up or check real quick. All right. Thanks very much. Yeah, you have a good one. Steps back out. The air in there smells of copper.
Well, we know what that means, right, friends?
Sure do.
Wonder why it's so quiet.
That's what I was starting to think.
Zindros, by the way, rolled a nat 20 on that perception.
Woo!
Yeah.
Oof. For those of us whose minds are failing them at the moment,
Blood has a
Blood.
coppery iron tinge.
A scent several of us are very familiar with at this point.
yeah,
Okay, is this building?
Is it made of stone?
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck.
Is it backed onto a lower tier, or is it up against a actual wall or rock?
It is. There. It is between tiers, basically. Like there's rock above and building below.
I'm more asking if like there'd be an alternate entrance in the back of the building itself physically.
No. And that's one of the kind of weird parts of Ildithween architecture is that there's not there. Most buildings tend to only have one entrance. Or if they have multiple entrances, they are all kind of forward-facing entrances.
right.
So an
So-
invading force couldn't move from building to building through back entrances and stuff like that.
Right. So whatever door we saw goes to another room of that building deeper in. Fef really wanting to try and find a way to make the fucking burning happen.
I just don't want to go in there to deal with what's in there, so I figure my patented tactic of dropping a whole ass house on a bitch might apply here.
Stone to flesh is a thing, and so is flesh to stone, but not mud.
Well, we could make it much more horrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, transmute rock and mud.
Okay, there's the one.
I was gonna say, just leave the door open. We can make it an outside fight.
And Zindros just I remember where we last smelled something like that in there. Do you remember the giant slayer that we took care of in the T-Fold?
Giant Slayer.
Do you mean the one filled with corpses?
Hmm. Yes, the giant's lair. Yeah. The one that had the rabies.
Non-rabid. Oh
Mm.
shit.
Yeah, that's the place Aslan had to make a gigantic funeral pyre.
Yes, I want to burn this building down.
Hell.
Kind of want to blow the signal whistle and get some guards over here.
So,
There we go. Much more appropriate music.
and this just might be crazy paranoid old Pfaff being crazy and paranoid. Who's to say the guards are still the guards? That elf isn't an elf. It's very quiet here.
You, by the way, Pef, you from
I'm
what?
convinced. Snow's haunted.
Fair enough.
Go ahead and explain, please. Just letting you know it does not change what I'm saying in character.
No, that's fair. No, there's nothing that trips your inner senses that it is not an elf.
Listen, elves are clearly. I lost where I was going with it, but it was going to be something about how elves are not aggressive, and then just staring at Lorenz.
And
Need I remind you?
Aslan?
Yeah, I was gonna say, need I remind you that Aslan is an elven tiefling?
You know, I actually do forget that a lot.
Yeah, tiefling's a versatile heritage now. You can be anything and a tiefling.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
Which honestly makes a lot of sense.
Right.
And I went elven because I wanted to go full move speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. No, you could straight up be a goblin tiefling.
Why did you
Horrifying.
tell him this? Yeah.
Right. So I guess
Right.
to be fair, my own paranoia out of character is what's making me shout about it not being an elf. So just replace the not being an elf part, which is elf weird, don't like.
Which
Still want to burn the building down.
Elfbane hobgoblin, so.
Well, see, you would know if I knew if it was regular elf weird or weird elf weird, and it's weird elf weird.
It's weird elf weird, but one of those weirds has a Y instead of an EI.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, isn't that the name of the place we're in? Elf Weirden?
Fuck.
Weird Elf Yankovic.
Well, that's a new musical act taking the continent by storm.
Holy shit!
Weird Elf Yankovic.
Oh my god.
Also does not change my opinion, i.e. arson.
Do you think maybe we should just stick our heads in and ask why it
No.
smells like blood and if he's evil?
No! Well, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's do that.
No! Are you...
Well, what's the worst that can happen? If we're already going to go in there and start a fight, let's just go. I like it. I also am trying to think of a way to try to bring the front walls down so they can't lock us in, but coming up short on that one, sorry.
No, I do think this is a good idea that Pax had.
In what way?
Not the first idea or not this idea. The first idea of getting. I mean, we do have someone we can trust with a deep tie to the guard here.
Right. You're right. As much as all of that unnerves me, we need to not be hasty with this. We still don't know what exactly it is that we're up against. If we can get any kind of word from Kragan about what anyone knows about the League or anything that's happened around here.
Everyone could please give me perception checks.
Yeah, hold on. Can I interject as I was about to, but I didn't want to be super rude?
Sure.
I was going to point out that it's probably pretty obvious that we were super suspicious in there, and we should probably not be standing here, but it's perception checks time, so it's too late for that.
Yeah.
But literally what I was about to say.
Hmm.
Lorenz and Mahajapit. Actually, Feth, give me a. There we go.
A little bit laggy on the laptop still.
No, you're fine. Lorenz, Mahajapit, and Feth. You three hear the distinctive click of the lock of the door of the building.
So they've locked us out then.
Are we surprised?
Nope.
Do we want to fix that, or...
Not yet. We'll see about addressing that in time once we have more information. We can use what we've just seen and heard and felt here first, along with whatever Kragan and his men in the guard are able to tell us, and figure out where we go from here.
Okay, but also if we were as obvious as we were, let's think a moment. If we were doing whatever they're doing that we smelled, and a group like us, as obviously suspicious as we were, came in and left, would you leave anything for anybody to find after time?
While this is happening, if I go to the end of the street out of proximity to this building, are there city watchmen wandering around? Can I hear them or see them?
You can hear them fairly faintly.
Okay, so within earshot, but not on the street with, like, not on the...
Yes.
You should detect magic for me real quick, please, if you could. Just as a favor for a friend.
Okay. And I'm wagering again, since we've had this conversation not terribly far out of the building, I'm probably still with the door locked. I'm going to move back to about that spot, about 10 feet from the door, and cast it again.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go look for a city watchman. Hopefully they're close by.
You don't detect the magic. You detect no magic with your spell.
Not registering anything. So if it was something on that elf in there, either it's been ended or he's gone further in, possibly into that room behind.
That's not a good...
I hate to say it, but you might be right.
Pax. You are heading towards the sound of the nearest guard. You find him without incident. Hello, citizen. How can I help you?
Is it possible for somebody to get an emergency message to Kragan Eskelm, my father?
I'm possibly. What is the emergency?
Multiple people in my group of adventurer friends smelled blood inside the Draconic Historians League building, and the elf manning the desk was incredibly suspicious and behaving oddly.
Elf.
Yeah.
That's odd. Catherine usually mans the desk there.
Oh, that's bad. I think that message just got more important. Please. Or if you want to come with us.
And the guard you're speaking with just looks to his partners. You go get backup, I'll go with him. And he kind of nods and. Nope.
Immediately start leading the guard back, and I'm also going to keep an eye on him to see if his behavior changes as we get closer to the building, just in case.
He's drawing his weapons.
If he's doing
Or
that,
weapon.
I will do the same.
Ma probably just taking like with where Pax went off. Is that still like? Can we see him from in front of the historian's
Yes,
offices?
you
or was it
guys
around-
see Pax coming with a guard, and the guard's weapon is drawn.
Can I declare going into my stance before combat?
Yes.
I would like to.
Probably gonna need to unlock the door
Well,
still.
yeah, we need to get that door open. So I think as soon as Maha sees
I have a hatchet.
Pax and the guard coming around,
Let's
Remember
not do
what
that
happened
again.
the last time
no,
we tried
legit,
breaking
let's
a door?
not do that again.
I actually
Yeah.
don't remember what. Somebody type
They're-
it to me, please.
no,
I
The
forgot.
doors are incredibly strong.
Yeah, they have like damage resistance and shit.
Yeah, so like trying to break down a door. If I remember right, just the plain ass wooden door that we were trying to go against, like a fucking weak ass like rotted wooden door, still had like hardness 10.
Fef, if you recall, Maximilian Holtz's laboratory.
Oh yeah.
That was a door.
Yeah, a regular fucking door.
Fair. I figured hatchet versus wood door, but no, hardness is absolutely a thing that I forgot about.
I had magical bastard sword against wooden door, and it still didn't fucking do anything.
Right.
The door actually has damage resistances as well, I believe.
Mhm.
Yes.
So yeah, Ma just seeing them starting to rush is just gonna look to Fef, get it open now.
Yeah, drawing my sword.
I believe that is a thievery.
Yes. Yes, it is.
While he starts picking it, I'm gonna hit the bathroom very quickly.
So,
Maha steps around the side of the
question-
building and just. Whoop.
You know what? Just sending a message is what it is. Before I roll this, the thing that you told me about before, do I have to declare using that before I roll?
No, you can do that before or after, depending. It just depends on it changes the flavor.
Okay.
And Aslan will be entering her new stance as well.
Okay.
And I am doing that with the key making tool, so I get a copy of the key.
Sure, absolutely. And click out a 1. 2 is binding. Click out a 3. And it's open.
Vef is just gonna stand off to the side and then go into the stance.
Sure. Who's heading in first?
I'm thinking the guard, Lorenz, and I 3 wide.
Yeah, if we can stand 3 wide, that would probably be a pretty good idea.
Yeah, once you get into the building, yes. And
Yeah,
that's
first,
Oh no, carry on.
that's just it. The moment like the 3 of us are ready, basically, like in breach position,
Oh, yeah.
effectively.
And the guard even just 1, 2, 3, and just up and kicks. Fireman kicks the door open, especially once it's unlocked.
Okay, when he boots the door open, I step in with his foot, basically.
Right. And you notice he immediately has his shield up and is covering your the side that you don't have your shield on. Like, is full on prepared for an ambush from the right-hand side and is covering your flank. However, as you step inside, you quickly realize that is not necessary. As the elf, the door is open. The other door is open, and there is a fire growing in the back.
Oh, damn it.
And you see many pairs of feet and legs sticking out from around the corner. And then from around the corner steps the elf, consumed in fire. The red one comes, and you will all burn for your heresy. Before collapsing to his knees.
Aslan's gonna walk past him into the fire.
Also, just so you know, the dragon killer's awake. So, ha 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 ha.
I love
So
that.
basically, Aslan's basically going into the fire room to
Right.
quickly identify anything that might serve as potential useful evidence or information,
Aslan steps
even
in.
if it's a couple bodies. Yeah.
Yeah, Aslan steps into what can best be described as a charnel house. Easily, corpses, stacked 4 layers deep, uh, with a with. But you notice that there is trails of blood that lead from the pile of the corpses to a pitch black opening in the wall.
Well, if there's near the top a corpse that looks like it would be more identifiable than others, meaning not completely mutilated or burned yet,
Mm-hmm.
she's just gonna toss it out to everyone else.
If it's burning, I'll hit it with a ray of frost actually to put that shit out.
Okay.
Also, if the guy's still, excuse me, sorry, if the guy's still laughing, can I just go fucking punch him in the mouth?
You can. You could roll to hit if you would like.
I would, and it's gonna be a stumbling swing. Is he targetable, or am I just rolling for you?
You can roll. Yeah, you could just roll. Yeah. I do not have a token.
Oh,
That would definitely be a critical. Also, add in your sneak attack bonus.
which is that doubled by crit?
Yes, it is. There you go. Yeah, no, you definitely break his jaw, and from what you can tell, he's dead. Like you've effectively ended his suffering early.
A mercy he probably did not deserve, but I wanted no chances.
So you said there was like a further room back
It's
from
it's
this one
not
that had blood trail?
yeah, it's not necessarily a room, as it is just there's like it's almost like a section of the wall has been cut out.
And you said that it was like pitch black, like even in the light of the flames, or is it just like not in direct line
It's
with
not
it?
in direct line.
Okay.
Well, are the flames heavy enough that it's getting through Aslan's resistance?
No, this is a very recently started fire. It's
Could we put it out, or do we need to call for like a bucket brigade?
you guys could probably at this point put it out still.
Yeah,
I got
Maha will go in and start using some frost rays alongside Lorenz. Just need to put this out. Need to try and identify anyone, anything in here. Figure out what's going on.
Rifle in this man's body.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at the guard with us. Is there a procedure we should be following for something like this in town?
I would normally say preservation of evidence, but
Clan Flawla. That's in character.
what?
Fef, I don't think that works here.
It was. I was recognized outside the gate. It'll work for somebody.
He told you not to cause trouble.
I
try
didn't
to.
cause trouble. They caused trouble. We ended the trouble.
I wouldn't be so hasty to say that we have just yet.
Okay, fair. We begun to end the trouble.
We're heading.
And putting the fires out and actually heading towards where Aslan went.
Hmm.
Kind of moving in that direction.
Sure. Yeah, yeah, the guard just Just, please try not touch too much. Is all I ask.
I will
Faf,
do my best at least not to move his body from where it is.
Faf, I know how we normally work, but that these guys are actually trained and professional. Let them have a chance to do their job first.
Listen, I'm already looking. It's too late. You can't stop me.
I'm not trying to stop you. I just want to
But
slow you
Lorenz
down.
and Maha, you guys do get the corpses out with your magic, with your frost rays. Just want to throw that one out there. As Theth and Pax begin to argue over the merits and of proper police procedure,
Which, like I said, I am doing my best to like not disturb the body too much. I just want to check this dude's pockets or even
you find
see.
I will
Go
say
ahead.
you find one thing: a singular stone.
Holding that up and just somebody look real hard at this, please.
Ma's going to ping off the detect magic.
There's magic.
I assume, is it in the square that Fef is?
Joe is.
All right. Ma's gonna walk over by Fef and well, I think technically the detect magic as it is should also tell me well, yeah, I already know the school and
Divination. Yep.
and Ma just nod and just whatever that divination is, it's on that stone.
Which I will actually hold that out for the guard.
Thank you. Aslan and Lorenz, you kind of Lorenz, I should say, as you step to join Aslan in front of this part of the wall that has been cut out. There's a slight breeze, just a draft coming out of it.
Sniff the air.
Give me perception. Be a fairly middling DC, but the air is definitely salty, fresh.
But I mean, you said it's dark beyond this wall, though, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Like you can reach in and you can feel stone. Like if you like take your sword out and like stick it out, the tip of the sword clangs off of stone.
Oh, like is it if I was to try to push past this space, I would just stop at it instead?
No, you would hit that you would go through you would what I'm saying is like if you take your sword out and you kind of like stick it out as far as you can.
Oh, okay. No, you made it sound like it would have stopped at the.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, like if you push it out as far as you can before you fully extend your arm, you can feel the tip of your sword clang against stone.
Yeah. I'm just gonna hold a produce flame in my hand.
As you cast produce flame, you see it is a smooth stone shaft. It's about 10 feet by about 10 feet and goes straight down.
This goes outside.
And you do not. The light of your produce flame ends before you see a bottom.
I assume dark vision, much the same.
Yes. But this is where the trail of blood leads.
Is it possible to hear anything from the bottom of that?
Give me a perception check.
I was actually going to say I'd like to toss a coin down.
Okay. Give me another perception check as well then for the coin. Just as a curiosity. Okay. Maha, you don't hear anything. And Lorenz, as you toss your coin down, ping. Nothing. Nothing for 30 seconds. Nothing for a minute. Nothing for 3 minutes. Nothing for 5 minutes.
While we wait, I'd like to try to find, if I can't find anything, I'll light one of my crossbow bolts on fire, but I'd like to find a torch or something to also light and drop down.
Sure. And you as you guys kind of crowd around this entrance, which is only about like 5 feet wide, or I should say 10 feet wide.
I'll step out of the way the moment Fef grabs the torch and comes by.
You drop the torch and you watch as it drops and drops and drops and drops and drops.
I don't like it here. That's in character, by the way.
And then the fire disappears. Out of sight.
Like, there is no fight in Fef this day.
Into the sea, maybe?
You saw what they were doing here.
Could be for them to dispose of bodies, but God,
Actually,
I'm gonna look through the garden. Just how far above sea level are we?
400, 500 feet.
And then just kind of like looking back to that pit again and how far that torch fell, and just this goes far beyond that.
Hey, Jake.
Yes.
With the fact that the guy, as he was dying, said something about the red one and us burning, and the fact that I also have occult knowledge, would you allow me to roll that to see if I can't think of anything?
Sure. It's fairly
Shot in the dark, why
sure.
not, you know?
Also, no, I'm sorry. I spoke. The guard just kind of no, I'm sorry. It's this high up. It's a lot further, 400 or 500 feet. It's a couple thousand. We are on a cliff.
Could well be to the ocean then. Yeah. So I see Fef had that roll.
Basically just due to, the whole clan's origin and all that, just trying to rifle through anything he may have picked up.
You gather it's likely connected to the red worm.
Yeah.
There is one way to get a better view of what might be down there.
Oh, I don't want to do what I know what you're gonna say.
It's true.
Fef's gonna heave a sigh and start unwinding the rope from his waist.
I don't think we have enough rope.
I was going to say that I could fly down.
I would like you to have a rope in case. I don't know, but it would be nice if we could retrieve you.
I will monitor my time very carefully. But I agree with Pax, the rope is likely not long enough. In fact, it would likely reach its maximum length within a matter of seconds. As fast as I can travel.
That's true.
You know what? Okay. Can I at least offer you something to help in case of an emergency?
What are you proposing?
Fef is going to rifle through the bag of holding and produce an effervescent ampule. If there's water down there, so at least let you stand on it for a bit and catch your breath.
I do
Last
not
second.
think that will be necessary, but
Don't like this.
if it will alleviate your fears.
Yes, please.
Aslan will take the ampule, sprout her wings, and then fly down.
Okay.
Basically, if she doesn't find bottom within 5 minutes, and she'll be keeping track of time as closely as she can,
Mhm.
she's gonna fly back. She's gonna fly back up. In fact, 4 minutes, just to make sure she has plenty of time to get back up.
Sure. And as Aslan sprouts her wings,
Mathematically is
yeah, that's a
a
lot.
lot. That's
No, as Aslan
almost a mile.
sprouts her wings and descends into the darkness, we will call the session there.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh no.
I knew it.
And we'll pick up next week.
Oh. Fuck.
Brilliant.
I think I'm getting good at this whole end on a cliffhanger thing, guys.
Yeah, great. That's what we wanted you to get good at.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want you to know that you guys
Yay.
live closer to me now.
Yeah.
Just saying.
God.
I mean, isn't any session that ends in this town going to be a cliffhanger?
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. You know what? 60 experience points for everybody. There's some good role playing tonight.
60 experience for Fef punching Joshua Graham to death.
And TJ getting sexually harassed by an orc.
and
Or
many of,
Lorenz, rather.
and a few of us facilitating that.
Yes.
Maha's a little sorry.
A little.
It's
But
little.
not sorry enough.
No. He's not that sorry, but just a
Understandable.
little.
I'm very proud of the Pathfinder 2e session out of context tweet I did.
God,
Yeah.
that was so.
Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us for as long as you have. I hope you all had fun. I know I did. We will be back next week with another session, and we'll see where it leads. Have a wonderful evening, as always. Stay good, neighborhood. See you guys soon.
Bye.